Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is February 24th, 2026 at 4:32 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh, Councilman Taylor, Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock,
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
changes to the agenda. I move we approve as published.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
there are no changes to the consent agenda. I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and the clerk to attest.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll go on to department reports. First item up is item 15, destination downtown discussion, and turn this over to Chris. Or Mr. Danley, however you'd like to be recognized.
My kids just call me Wallet. All right. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for having us back. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, and I think Owen Ronkelly's online, just to confirm. Yep, I think so. Okay.
Sorry, I don't see Owen online yet.
Hmm.
There's a Tom LeClaire. Would that be?
No.
No.
Bear with me just a quick second. Sorry, he should have been on here. Okay. Okay, first and foremost, I think before I jump into the parking discussion, I just want to take a quick step back and say a little bit of gratitude, express some gratitude to you all, because I know Last month you didn't want me here as you were discussing the overlay. It was bad. It was nasty, sick, who knows what, kids again, bringing it home from school. But I know that you all took a bold step with overlay discussion, and that is moving forward. And just wanted to say thank you for that. It's not minimal exercise there, and the commitment on behalf of the city is one that's certainly appreciated. So thank you for that. But today we're going to talk and revisit parking. Is this okay? I feel like there's a lot of feedback. No, it's okay. I don't want to yell at you all either. So, okay. So we're going to talk about parking. We're going to revisit this at the request of council. We last discussed this several months ago, but I know that this is one of those that has certainly some complexity to it. It also has some commitments, obviously, for the city staff, budgeting, all of prioritization and that sort of thing. So that's what we wanted to revisit here today, and then be able to try to answer any questions. So I think I've touched on some of these, and hopefully we get some potential action steps, whatever that may end up looking like. I don't know that we're not necessarily trying to figure out every detail right now today. As you know, there's going through, you all to go through staff, to go through MDC staff and all of those types of things, but nevertheless being able to advance this discussion and get us closer to where we need to be. So I'm going to reset the table just a little bit as a reminder, not too far back, but at least just some things. I want to start off by letting you know and reminding you that this was I think this was the only area within Destination Downtown that had its own subgroup. It had its own group of stakeholders that was getting together regularly 4 different times to discuss this particular topic. So this one was scrutinized, and there was a lot of participation in it, quite a bit from a variety of folks with vested interests on the discussion of parking. And so it definitely had a lot more energy. There were 6 different working papers that were provided by the Rick Williams Associates team on the discussion of parking. 6 working papers. Talk about fun. Right. So that really did run the gamut of things from best practices all the way to the specifics of what is happening in downtown Meridian, of course, and then getting into the recommendations. Just as a also reminder, the team went through your code audit. I think Owen should be joining us now, by the way. Went through your code, and again, kind of combed out what made sense, what was maybe some questionable things, and then some recommendations there. And then really got after it and came and spent a lot of time in Meridian on the ground for several days to really just get a sense of what is happening, right? And purposefully at one of the busiest times of the year. And there is a science to this. Is good?
Owen is online now. Yes.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was late.
Parking goals. So that subgroup, as I mentioned, got together, worked hard, and with the leadership of Owen and Pete and some others, had a whole series of goals that were created, and you can see what those are on the screen in front of you. But it wasn't just about making sure that that there's a parking spot at all times waiting for somebody. It's about making sure that people are welcomed, that it is convenient as much as possible, that it's obvious through, in some cases, just signage and knowing what the regulations are and what they aren't, where to go, things like that, visible. And then consensus-based, so not just some one-size-fits-all type of an approach that was pulled out from some other city somewhere else. The recommendations, while maybe borrowing some from best practices, were tailored to your needs. And also, again, with the good oversight and participation from that subcommittee. There is also guiding principles, and this is going to come back in a moment, as you'll see. But this is really, again, sort of the North Star, that it is about priority users, right? It's about making sure people who want to shop come in and patron the businesses that we have in downtown and participate in the economic exchange, jobs, all the different reasons they want to come in town to. We provide for that particular group, that the management is active. That's a really key component of parking, that if it's just left to its own accord and its own devices, then it's not going to end up being the most efficient system in the world. On a side note, I'm super interested to go out to the mall, as you all have seen in the news, and see what human behavior does, and see who participates in paying $2.50 an hour to pay or to park directly in front of, pick your store, versus 10 stalls over, and says, you know what, we'll just walk a little bit farther, because boy, do we hear that in downtown, right? It's never available. And it's like, no, there's one right there. I digress. But point being is that there is a psychology to parking as much as a physical element to it. And then some of the other guiding principles, again, as you can see. The subgroup then really got a chance to see the data, the proof in the pudding, right? And you've heard us say this before, but I think it's worth repeating. I'll get into some of the findings, but just a reminder, what was inventoried? All of these stalls, all of that geographic area was done by foot, by a team of people over several days and hours and peak parking times and so forth. That inventory of what the different stalls and where they were comprised, weekday, weekend, and what the utilization rates were, because ultimately that's really what it boils down to, is how much are these stalls being used? And you can see a little bit of a preview from what I'm about to say, but even in the graphics, where there's green and where there's red, typically we know what that means. So what did they find? They found that there is lots of available parking, but they also found that, yes, in certain blocks, certain block faces, at certain times of the day, it might be busier than in others. But by and large, overall, there's a pretty significant amount of parking that is available and not always utilized. So what were the recommendations based on? They were based on a couple of this second and third bullet, not radical actions, not a parking garage, not metering, not expensive things that have an additional, economic exchange for the stall and the space, the real estate transaction temporarily, right? That's what that all boils down to. Things that you would have to maintain as well. What it did recommend, organization and management, and basically some clarifying things, some proactive steps that in some cases are fairly low-hanging fruit. Others, yes, a little more difficult, but overall nothing to the level of complexity that you might see in other places because of the availability of the parking that's there. And then I'm not going to touch on too much more of this. I think I've hit on some of this, but ultimately it is this table that boils down all of the recommendations based on those guiding principles, based on the objectives and goals, and then really gives you a sense of the timing, the recommended timing, the rough cost estimate, at least kind of broadly speaking, low to high or higher, the degree of effectiveness. So obviously some of them are going to be more effective than others, of course, and so forth. So I'm going to break that table down a little bit, but this is when I'm going to have Owen step in at the conclusion of each of these slides and be able to just kind of walk you through a little more detail on what exactly does that mean. So the next 3 slides, I just took that big table that's there on the right and just broke it down kind of section by section, if you will. So what are we looking at? First of all, the ones that are on your screen are the near term recommendations. So these are the ones that the team and the subgroup decided, these are the ones that you all should consider doing first, right? Then I'm just going to come back in a little bit and you'll see the short term, which is then the next timetable to intermediate and then long term. But I'm not going to hit all of these. I'm just going to hit mostly the near term and a little bit of the short term. So what did it say? Formalize guiding principles, define parking management district boundaries, And then these two, so establish an interagency communication protocols and then convene the parking subcommittee. So Owen, this is when I introduce you, the big reveal. Just if you would remind everybody who you are, if you wouldn't mind. And then if you can, Owen, touch on a little bit about what's required for each of these four on this screen anyway to actually be implemented.
Sure. Yes, Owen Ron Kelly with Rick Williams Consulting, and we were a part of the data collection process and the strategy development, and also working with the stakeholder advisory group to come up with those the guiding principles and a few other things. And so these things were vetted principles that we kind of go through. It's about how it's your check and balance system when it comes to parking management. And it's about, if it basically says, who do we want to prioritize as a user? That's not to say that not everybody who comes downtown should be a priority, but it's, if we are limited on the amount of space, who do we want to give that space to first? And those guiding principles are kind of the foundational elements that we see are super important when you go into any sort of management practice. And so I think Chris said it well. It's a matter of setting, these are kind of your cornerstone elements that are needed to launch future parking management and to kind of get your arms around what is needed, for setting the stage for future strategy implementation. So the first one is, formalizing those guiding principles. So it's kind of adopting what we published in the report for those guiding principles as kind of a baseline element. Then it's managing the boundaries. It's creating a boundary, which is part of the study area. And so we've identified this area as where we want to focus our efforts going forward. And so the strategies that we're going to implement are going to be focused on these areas, and maybe not the whole thing, but maybe subsections within it. And we kind of think about it like concentric circles. That downtown core is where we want to focus on. That's going to have the highest level of management. And then stretching further out, you'll see less management that's required out there, and so on and so forth. But we need to put a boundary around it to begin with so we know what we're working with. And then finally, one of the things that we found a little interesting was the dynamic between some of the interagency protocols, and if there's changes that need to be made for signage or striping, who makes those calls? Is it the city? Is it the county? Is it there's another agency involved that's escaping me right now. That's also a player in this as well. And so for us, we thought it really important to try to understand roles and responsibilities when it comes to that. And we'll certainly need your help when it comes to that. And then finally, just maintaining that subcommittee. They don't have to meet often, but I think that it was a great first step. And I think that we really raised their parking IQ, and those are really good stakeholders that have a foundation in that downtown, in that management zone. And if we can, convene them once, twice a year, 3 times a year to have these conversations, to keep it rooted, to keep these stakeholders involved, we think it's a really good idea.
What Owen just said is, who the heck is ACHD?
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Don't worry, I got you. We talked about the same thing at P&Z in Boise. But it is a complexity, and they are a partner, obviously. And that's what we're getting at with the interagency element. And then parking IQ. How many of you, where's your parking IQ? I'm not going to figure out where mine is on. I'm not going to put it positive either. But yeah, that's a group that has some momentum, at least to an extent, and potentially could be brought back and be instrumental on things like the very first thing, guiding principles. So next section, I'm only going to talk one thing here. So this is just enhancing the information website. So this is just about information exchange, right? Owen, you want to touch on this?
Sure. I think that this is a really important one because I think what it does is it publicly states your intentions and priorities for your on-street system or your off-street system too, you know, those combined. And I think it's, what I think it does is it telegraphs how you would like downtown to be used. I think it communicates well to your business owners, to your visitors who are coming downtown, to employees, and then to outsiders as well. And it says, like, when you come downtown, this is what we hope you get to. We hope that you're going to find convenient, well-marked, well-signed parking that's available to you within a convenient distance of where you want to be. And this is how you should use the system. And again, I think it should be front and center. As a matter of fact, we're working with other communities too, and it's about good communication. And that's it. And honestly, if you were to boil all of this information, all of these strategies down right now, it would be focusing on making it clear, convenient, and very accessible to visitors, especially folks who are unfamiliar with downtown. Those are the ones who need the most help. We want to be focused on those folks because they're the ones coming into town. They're the ones spending their money and enjoying their time when they're in Meridian.
Great. And then the last section here, so these are just listed here. So time restrictions, making sure that all of those time restrictions that are on those signs are accurate, that they are agreeable and correct, and they're placed in the right spots, that sort of thing. And then a few other, reducing the number of no limit stalls. So that again, that's a management of the real estate that we have out there. And again, the consistency. Anything to add on that, on those, Owen?
Only that it contributes to that kind of that good communication, clarity, easy to understand. All this, the signs are standardized, so they look the same, they feel the same. So when you go from one block face to another, it doesn't feel like it's there's any sort of disconnect, that this is all city authorized parking. You know how long you can stay there, that type of thing. So it's just consistency and making sure it's clear to users.
I'm thinking about those good old internet memes where you see the from 7:38 to 8:14, it's this speed, and then from 9:12 to whatever, it's that speed, and you see the complicated message that comes about, and oftentimes it ends up, you know, getting lost. And so the whole point is, we don't want residents or employees or anybody to feel like when they come into downtown that somebody's just waiting for a citation to be given, right? We want it to be inviting and clear as much as possible, and the relationship with ACHD to ensure that that signage is in the right spot, and so on and so forth. So that's really what these near-term recommendations consist of. So I'm going to real quick just touch on these, but I'm not going to go into all of the level of detail like we just did. But what I thought I would bring up this is that if you as a council, as a body, are looking at, well, you know, what do we generally agree with? Are the initial recommendations the things that we want to at least sort of, you know, bless, so to speak, on moving forward for staff and the committee to get back together, that sort of thing? Do we want to look at the next rung of the ladder, which would be the short term, for example, and say, hey, what of those should maybe we think about moving up or not, right? So just food for thought. I just thought I would, instead of going for the one that is the most complicated, most expensive, but also recommended as a last step, that doesn't seem to me to make much sense in this meeting today, as opposed to what are at least some of those recommendations that are closer to becoming reality. And so that's what these are. And I'm not going to go into every single one of them, but I just wanted to bring those to your attention, that there is the next rung in the plan, and that's what these consist of. And all of this, I should just say, you know, certainly is up for discussion. It's you know, so much of it ends up on your decision desk, so to speak, right? Because it again is your staff budgeting and so forth. But just again, sort of food for thought. So key considerations, again, timing, the capacity of the city and the staff. What does that look like? You know what that looks like. The department heads know what that looks like, far better than we do, certainly, especially at this point compared to when these were even made. The order of strategies and maybe even lead agency, if you disagree with that. But ultimately, at this point, we would just stand. Owen told me he would answer all your questions. But we would stand for questions, want to clarify anything. We can go back into some of the specific recommendations should you want to do that. But really, at this point, we turn it over to you and, whatever your discussion yields and ultimately through staff. And we just would like to try to make sure it's your downtown as much as it is MDC's, of course. And so parking is an important component to it, and try to advance this particular topic. We know it's an important one. So with that, stand for questions.
Thank you. Chris, I'm just going to ask maybe a macro question. If you want to, I think, go back to your very first slide.
Yep, on its way. I think that's it.
Okay.
Unless you want the actual, that one.
No, sorry. It was the one with your, basically the inventory that you guys did. I guess my question is,
Oh, the inventory. Okay, I'll get there.
the way you kind of start off with this doesn't really seem like we have a problem. I'm not going to say you can't improve what we have, signage. There's always ways to improve. How much of a problem is there? Maybe if you compare our downtown parking statistics to other communities' downtown parking statistics. We go through periods where we hear about challenges, where there's a business in a place and there's enforcement and, well, I can't get my hair done in 2 hours. It takes me 4 hours, and will you change this? Or, run the post office, but even the post office gotten better now that they've gone to an off-site parking location. We know Coal Valley's going to relocate, and that's where some of these reds are. So I guess what's the level of effort to address all of this? Or is there really a level of effort that should be done on this much to get to where the problems may really truly be?
Great question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to have Owen answer this in just a second, but before I turn it over to him, my response to that is going to be a fewfold. First and foremost, from what I know, my parking IQ, if we'll call it that, is that this is a little like surfing. If I wait to the top of the wave, I'm not going to catch it. So I'm trying to prevent from losing that wave and getting out in front of it. As development continues to occur, whether it's in downtown or even surrounding it, and more appeal of downtown continues to grow, this issue will only continue to manifest and further. So if we don't take proactive actions, then I don't want us to get on top of that wave as opposed to in front of us. That's part of my first answer. Secondly, I think that even as described and as you noted, Mayor, that we might not have some robust parking issue at the moment. However, if we can make it even better by clarifying the message, allowing staff's job to maybe be a little bit easier because the enforcement component is easier because the clarity is there, right? There's lots of advantages to even some of the more fundamental things, again, signage and just ensuring consistency, going beyond just a physical stall. Sometimes some of it can be operational, even behavioral benefits to the businesses and seasonality and those types of things. So I think there's a lot of components to it. You're correct. You don't have some massive problem, but there are hot spots, and we know that the utilization of parking is going to grow because Meridian has a growing, robust downtown that's only going to become more appealing. We know the energy with the buildings across the street, and it's only going to really increase. So Owen, did you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, Owen, before you do,
Oh, sorry.
because I think that part of, you kind of hit to where I was going towards.
Yeah.
Or should we be more focused on making sure the wave doesn't crash over us as development occurs? Should we be putting more of our time and resources into how to address what might be coming in areas compared to looking at the larger component? So Owen,
Yeah.
you can use that as part of your.
Sure. Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I like the wave analogy. What I like to say is that parking management is on a big arc. And so there's all degrees of parking management, and it can be very broad and robust. But I think where I'd say yes, the quick answer is I would say you don't have a parking problem. However, there are areas of constraint on certain block faces at certain times of the day. Your evening hours, especially on the weekends, they cook. I mean, a lot of people want to come downtown and hang out. There's lots of good restaurants and places to enjoy themselves, and that was outside of the data collection hours, but that's when we noticed the highest impact, around the noontime hour, but then also in the evening hours too. And I would say that um, you're at a base level of management that we'd like to see, we think that this is an easy first step, meaning that it's more about creating order and clarity. And I do think that you should be cognizant of what's coming down the pike and knowing how you want to position yourself when some of these projects come online. And I think you can do it in a way where it can be advantageous to the city as well. Knowing that some of these bigger developments will have excess parking during the workday, there is an opportunity for shared use in some of these facilities that will be underutilized during the day because people are leaving, assuming it's a residential development, they'll be leaving during the day. Some of those spaces could be used by employees, for downtown employees, a small number of them, but that is a great way of saving money, using resources that are available to you, and you can, enter into these partnerships between public and private operators. And so we feel that that's a very cost-effective way to manage parking so you're not taking up those on-street spaces by employees over long periods that are never going to turn over. So I think that there's lots of opportunity here, but this is what I would consider, your first couple of steps into that parking management arc that I'm talking about.
Council questions, comments? Councilman Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, thanks for being back here so many times and for your work. I think it's helpful to kind of be spurring us to think about this sort of from a big picture, but also identifying where are sort of the smarter areas to start with this. I do agree that we sort of having an ongoing, active, intentional effort here over the coming years is helpful. So I do have a couple of quick questions. And forgive me if I read this in your previous, many of the subcommittee working papers you've put forward. There was a lot there. When I initially looked at this, I was overwhelmed. This is
Parking
a lot.
plan itself, you mean, or, yeah, oh, it's a lot.
That, and then you throw in the whole destination downtown plan. It's
Yeah.
a lot to consider, and what comes first, what should be the order of operations. So I appreciate how you've recommended laying that out. With the parking subcommittee, are you recommending that the city have a subcommittee that meets regularly with our partner agencies, MDC, right? How often would you recommend that group meet? Did I hear you say like twice a year maybe, or is it a quarterly meeting? I mean, what would
yeah.
because we have a transportation committee, we have others that do meet, but tell me what would be an effective use of our time with that? Don't think we need to meet too much, but give me a sense what you are actually recommending with that subcommittee and how that would work.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Taylor, I think I'm going to have Owen answer that. I want to make sure our answers don't differentiate too much. Owen, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it will. I almost call these it's almost an ad hoc group, meaning that, you could I would start with 2 to 3 times a year, at least initially. But if you plan on trying to implement some of these strategies, I think that you could do far more frequently because there's fodder to discuss, and say like, well, where should we do the signage? What should the signage look like? That type of thing. Or if we're going to do a halftime person out here, whether they're a greeter or an enforcement officer, what does that person look like? How do we dress them? You know, that type of thing. I think it could be more frequent. It could be, if you decide that you want to take this on and you want to ramp up, this could be every other month. But I would say to begin with, maybe 2 to 3 times a year. And because what you want to do is you want them to be familiar with themselves. You want them to keep up that parking IQ. And then the hope would be is that you're doing periodic data collection efforts that you can bring back data for them to review and digest and say, hey, do we need to do something different, or are we on the right track? And so it's kind of a check and balance sort of thing, and that's a good group to do it with.
Plus there's buy-in. I would just add that, having a committee that has some skin in the game, frankly, it means that it's not all up to you all, right? I don't think you want to get into that level of detail all the time. And this would be a group that knows downtown, has various interests, economic, residential, whatever those might be, and knows this particular part of Meridian like the back of their hand. Or maybe you even have a council member that's dedicated to be on that committee as well, right? I mean, whatever the construction of it is, but yeah.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
So clearly, whatever the parking strategies we want to pursue as a city need to be led by the city. I see on here a website, signage, things like that. Are you recommending that in any way, and again, forgive me if I've just forgotten, certainly the city would bear some of these costs, or are you suggesting maybe the city, they take the lead, they bear the cost of for example, a website? Is that a city website? Is that a website created independently? Maybe it's connected with MDC. Because here we have, the uniqueness of ACHD, who manages the roads. We've got to work with them. You have MDC, which has a big footprint in downtown, the city council. How do you recommend those entities work in terms of, I think the city is the lead, but who helps pay for it, who helps manage it? Because I can see all these different entities being part of a subcommittee or a working group that meets regularly, which I actually would be a proponent of that. I think that helps to kind of have people meeting and working. But can you break down sort of your thinking or suggestions on lead agencies, cost, how that's borne out? Do we have to just come up with cost sharing agreements? What's your thought?
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Taylor, I think that my answer is going to be, I'm going to commit all of MDC's budget. No? Okay.
Okay.
No, I mean, I don't know if you have an answer that you want to add, Ashley, but this is one of those where I would agree that there's clearly a partnership role to be played when it comes to the downtown parking element of things. And so, go ahead.
Good evening. Nice to see you all. Sorry, I'm a little hoarse today. In the past, MDC has had committees for parking. We've been the one who has taken the lead, particularly when it comes to costs and also website, also the branding, for example, and signage as well. We have taken that on. I would imagine we would at least be an equal partner to the city moving forward. That is something that we could still take on to relieve the staff, just knowing that staff is overloaded in a lot of instances as well. I'm sure that would be a really healthy discussion to have with our board, but that is how we have handled it in the past.
Thank you, Ashley. Mr. Mayor, just one more follow-up question for Chris.
Councilman Taylor.
So again, I appreciate the red outlines of what seems to be things to tackle now. And looking at it, I don't necessarily think I disagree with any of it. And then I look at sort of the next evolution, which is some of the short-term things to look at. And of course, it's laid out such. And seems like some of the immediate stuff is easily attainable. Seems like it makes some sense. But I also look at this matrix and I see the other things that are maybe more off in the horizon, maybe more cost prohibitive. Some of those things I'm not sure I agree with, period.
Right.
So I guess the question would be, when you're looking for the feedback from the city, I think we as a city could take some of your things here and say, let's start working on those things. There's things in your recommendation that I don't know that I would support. And I don't know where the rest of the council would support. When we're giving feedback to you on this, and there's things where we're just like, that's too much hypothetical or in the future or too cost prohibitive. do you want us to weigh in and say, I think you should take that out of your matrix? Or is there, I'm just trying to figure out how we would actually give you specific feedback that's acceptable. I like that it's still there. Like, we should be thinking about it. It's okay that it's an option, but we just might not agree on it. It might be too much in the distant future. How would you like us to provide the specific feedback on some of that?
Yeah, great question. So, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Taylor, absolutely. This is number one, this whole document, it's a plan, and it is sort of illustrative of a recommended approach, right? But it is also draft. But at the end of the day, a good amount of this is in your court to implement how you want to see fit or how you see fit. So my answer to that question would be, I don't think that we necessarily need to go in and make wholesale changes to things, because how this looks now isn't necessarily how the action that you're going to take in 2, 3, 5, 8 years from now is going to be. My one thing I will tell you, though, is that I think that it makes sense that agreeing to this is a commitment, right? So if there's some things in here that are in your mind sort of dead on arrival, and you as a group really feel strongly about that, particularly if it's something that the city of Meridian is being asked to potentially implement, well, then that's a non-starter, and there's no real sense in it being, in the document, even if it's more for illustrative purposes. So that would be the one thing I would say is probably the caveat, is just, if there's something in here that you feel incredibly strongly about that just shouldn't be in here, then there's no sense in moving that forward. I know that when I was here last time, I just want to clarify something if I can. I know one of the subjects that came up was the residential parking permit discussion. And I know that that was a bit of concern. I just wanted to make sure to remind you all, though, that in the recommendations, in the body of that report, it does go on to say that this isn't just going to be a 51-49 vote of the residents. It is something that has to be agreed upon by the neighborhood. So it's not something that's forced on them. It is something that they adopt because they're trying to preserve their own sort of on-street parking, if you will, because of maybe the encroachment that they might be feeling. So that might be just one of the things I know, given the last conversation that we had, might be one of the things that was of concern. I don't know if, Owen, if you have anything to add on any of that, you're certainly welcome to.
Sure, I'll jump in at the end, and then I'll go back to earlier. But yeah, as far as the residential parking permit program, this is something that residents would initiate themselves. It's pure that the strategy that's recommended in here is just to create a policy, and it not something that would ever get implemented. As a matter of fact, there are a number of communities out there that have a policy on the books for how you would go about creating one, but they've never done it. I mean, but the tool is there. It's to say that when the time comes, or if the time comes, there is a tool that residents can say, hey, in my neighborhood, we're getting a lot of employees who are coming and parking in front of our house, and I can't even get into my own driveway. That is when they go and start talking to their neighbors and say, hey, would you be willing to consider a parking permit program? And then they would come to the city and say, hey, we've got an issue, and we know that you have a policy on the books. We'd love to try to implement something like that here. How do we go about doing it? And then that's how they would take it from there. In terms of strategies and this list of things and when they're to be implemented, and if there are non-starters in here, the way that I would look at this is all of these things are tools that can be used and applied, and some are you're not ready for, or some you might disagree with, and that's fine. And I think direction from council can say, hey, these are some of the things that we want to prioritize. What would be, and then you talk to staff about it and say, what are some of the things that you think that you can implement here? These are the things that council is thinking that we would want to prioritize to begin with, and you go from there. And it's a pick and choose. Some work well together. If you look at that far right column over there, it says correlated strategy implementation. Those are the things that some of them pair well together, And so that's kind of a cheat code, so to speak, about how you would, if you implement one, they go well together, or they can improve their effectiveness if you implement a couple of them at the same time.
And I would just put a bow on that because I would suggest that, for example, comprehensive plans do the same thing. We have a comprehensive plan that is a robust document. It's a guiding document that is to last 10, 15 years. And we have long-term goals just as much as near-term goals. And at first, when we put those long-term goals on, we're committed. We're thinking, yeah, that's something that we want to work on, but it's not going to be our top priority. But then 10 years later, the comp plan needs to be updated. And it is. And then that thing might move forward. It might even move out, you know, so it's just, it is the kind of things that are iterative in that regard.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Chris, Ashley, Owen, thank you, all of MDC, for the work you put in on this. I know I was kind of critical at the beginning. You mentioned how long this has been going on. Shoot, it had to be between 10 and 15 years ago. Ashley, I sat on parking subcommittees as we looked at some of these exact same issues. Which came first, the parking garage or the downtown businesses that requested that we needed more parking? And here we sit now, and the map that is mostly all green is great, that it shows us that we have that much available parking. But I think our goal is to turn it red, to show that downtown is successful. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's our goal, right? To see downtown become very successful in how it brings people down for the restaurants and the businesses. A lot of what you've stated here is great stuff. I mean, you're walking on paths that we've walked on before and doing it in a much more formal fashion. We've needed consistency in our parking program, what our signs say, what areas we put them into the downtown, but we have to do it in such a way, and remember that if we're only focused on people coming to visit the restaurants and stores, we can't forget the employees of those downtown businesses and restaurants and where they've got to park. And so I think it's imperative that we have a very active focus group on parking that brings all those elements in, from employers that employ people in daytime to employers that employ people at night, so that we know what the effects are on both the businesses and their employees as well as on their customers.
Yeah.
And there's another part of this that's always been out there and kind of ringing in my ears. And that has to do with funding and enforcement. Because right now we use code enforcement officers to handle parking. But if you look at a job description of a code enforcement officer, that's just one of a long list of things they're in charge of. And the more we look at expanding this and the expectation that our enforcement is going to be much more consistent and by the hour, we're going to need to look at biting a bigger bullet on what that's going to cost in personnel wages to do parking enforcement right. Nothing worries me more than getting a great policy in place, putting the signs up, getting everything done, and then disappointing those downtown residents, businesses, and everyone else because we don't have the manpower to enforce it consistently. And I think we need to make sure that as we do this, we're always thinking about how that aspect, as we get busier and bigger, is going to be adopted by our city, how we're going to embrace it, because eventually we're going to need our own parking enforcement section.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilman Overton, I'm a Anaheim Angels fan. Anytime you want tickets, they're abundant. You know why? They are not a good team, right? Point being is you stated that beautifully, and thank you for contributing that, because you're absolutely right. We don't necessarily want the map to constantly be green everywhere at every time. And in fact, Owen, I need you to step in on, because I can't remember the statistic, but I know if you look at this graphic, that yellow line that shows the efficient supply between 70 and 84%, somewhere in there, I think it's 80-ish%, give or take. this parking plan, the parking study talks about that very thing, that is actually the measure of a healthy supply of parking. It's not overparked, it's not underparked, but it addresses the needs in a healthy way. Owen, I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly right. It's, you know, and Councilman Overton said it well. It's like you know, you kind of want a parking problem. You know, that is, that is a sign of a bustling, busy, active, vibrant downtown. And the sweet spot is kind of between that 70 and 84%. As that orange color is kind of what you want. So parking is available. There's like, if you were to look at a particular block face, that means like if you have 10 spaces, 3 of them are available. That's kind of a sweet spot that you kind of want. And yeah, you use these occupancy thresholds to determine, you know, do we need to go further with our strategy? Do we need to back off? That type of thing to determine like how we really want our downtown to perform. And so, yes, there's going to be peaks and valleys for sure, but I would say that businesses will also want to locate in areas that are busy and bustling. And so the more that you can do that, we used to take pedestrian counts on corners. You'd stand by with a little clicker and you would count people, and now they've got technology that'll do that for you. But we'd go out and we would have these counts, and that's a great way of promoting how many people are walking on a sidewalk, and businesses love that information because that's exactly where they want to locate, is where all those people are crossing the street and walking down the sidewalk, and yellow and orange will get you there.
Councilman Schrader.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I mean, the good news is, like, based on the study, it's not, it's important, but it's not an urgent, like, burning situation. So we have time. I guess if I look at your list of kind of immediate action items, you know, one of the things that's kind of coming up for me is a little bit of a chicken and an egg thing. It's like, does it make more sense to formalize these guiding principles and like define these boundaries and then ask this parking subcommittee to keep meeting? Or does it make more sense to like formalize a subcommittee within our transportation commission, add stakeholders to that, and then have that group come back with their agreement, disagreement, or maybe more immediate recommendations? Because like, I'd like for that group to have a lot of buy-in on the guiding principles. I'd like for that group to help weigh in on the boundaries. It feels to me like maybe the logical first step is sort of setting up a parking committee that could be a subcommittee within our transportation group with additional stakeholders. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but I'm open. I'm just kind of kicking around in my head. How do we get this off the ground in a way that's sustainable? We have already the infrastructure in place with our transportation commission that they come to us regularly, for example, with our 5-year work plan with ACHD and other things. So I'm just kind of wondering if we can fold that in under that group's leadership, or does this truly need to be a separate group? And I'd love your opinion on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Strader. So I think that Owen mentioned, kind of the term of the evening, the parking IQ. I'll just lean on that. And I guess my recommendation would be that the group who talks about this issue needs to understand the parking dynamics in downtown. That's not to suggest that the folks that are on your transportation committee or commission, I can't remember what the term is, aren't necessarily that. But it is to say that the folks who were involved in this were most definitely brought up to speed or knew this subject and have buy-in and a knowledge base that's really foundational and has momentum. So whatever the ultimate decision is, I think, to me, I would land recommending anyway, that as many of those folks who were on that group and want to participate again, that can be brought back in, I would lean on that. Now, if they're a subcommittee that has additional appointed members or something like that, that's up for you all, to hash out and to decide. But it seems to me like there's a lot of knowledge there's a lot of consideration and buy-in that that group had with regards to these recommendations, looking at the working papers and the the large amount of documentation that went into it. And so it just seems like that would be a place and a group of people who care about this issue, who want to, roll up their sleeves and get after it. And I think would have the topic certainly in the palm of their hand in terms of knowledge and interest.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Chris, thank you so much. This is great information. I was heavily involved when years ago, not to give anybody nightmares again, when we did the split corridor.
Yeah.
And the website, and I think ACHD did it. Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, but that thing was a lifesaver. And I know from your inventory, it definitely looks like we're more blessed than I realized we were with parking, but we still have a perception of a parking problem. And I think that having a website and having things marked would really help with that, because we had 42 businesses that it was our goal to make sure they didn't go out of business during the split corridor, and we only lost one. And having signage, which was all temporary, as well as a website, was huge in that. So I'm very encouraged about having a website that, and I guess my question would be is, has the chamber, because at that point of the split corridor, we had a downtown business association, but that's been folded into the chamber. Has the chamber and that group been involved with this at all?
So, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Little Roberts, Owen, I don't recall the composition of the subgroup. Did we have anybody from, we did? Yeah. So
There
we
was
did
a
have
chamber
some
member, yeah.
folks. Was Sean, I think, or, yeah. Okay, so we did have representation on the chamber. And again, I think to the question earlier from Commissioner or Councilman Taylor about, partnership, obviously your chamber has a vested interest in the economic activities of downtown. And so again, there's another partner that is pulling that same rope in your direction. And then one more thing, if I can, I think because it's related to the question that Councilman Strader had as well, which is, where do we start? And I think if nothing else, I think what we've really taken out of this, and I think Owen would probably agree or give him a chance in a moment, but it really comes down to that first step being about those, what are those guiding principles? Do we agree with them? What is the organizational element of this look like? Is the messaging clear? Is it accurate? Is it seen? Is it known? In other words, is everybody on the same page? And just making sure that first step is probably one of the most important ones, because that's where you'll get some cleanup, right? And recognizing, oh man, this is off a little bit over here or that, or perception issues that might exist. And maybe even amongst staff about how this block versus that block, is handled or what have you, or even among the business community. And they might not even know certain regulations that are in place or not in place. And so just taking that first step at organizing and making that message clear and getting a vested interest in there, all together is a major step forward. The rest of it, I think, will be, again, sort of iterative as we go.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
what kind of city representation did you have on your parking subcommittee to date?
Owen, do you remember who was all from the city? I think you had some staff. I don't remember if there was any, I don't think any of the council members were there, though.
I
Maybe they
I-
were.
yeah,
Oh,
I thought,
Ashley's got this question. Sorry.
okay, great.
Sorry.
Councilwoman Strader, we had Councilman Overton at that time, also Councilwoman Perot, and Caleb and Brian from Planning and Development.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I guess kind of where I'm going with it is I'm trying to think about how we would go about making this parking subcommittee kind of a permanent feature of our city's commissions. That's kind of where I've been going with it. I think there's a level of ownership that the city needs to take in all of these decisions, and especially where it looks like we're going to be funding at least half, if not more, of all of these different strategies. That's kind of where I'm going with it, of where should this live organizationally? Who should they report to and how often? That's just kind of where I'm stuck right now. But I think that's really important because I think that's the infrastructure that we need to finalize in order to actually start taking action steps and be comfortable with, okay, these are the permanent members of this committee. We feel like we have representation from different constituent groups that's adequate, and that we have a level of control as a city over what that organization looks like and how often they report to us. I don't mean I have the right answers. I don't know that it has to be within the Transportation Commission. That's just kind of where I started logically. But it feels like that's kind of where it needs to go. There needs to be some kind of a more permanent structure to this group that could, kind of walk through this with us, because this is clearly not this is not an hour-long conversation. It's setting up the infrastructure and the governance for an ongoing conversation that's going to evolve over the next 10 plus years.
Maybe just to help piggyback on some of that. I'm not going to say this is the answer, but we have a UDC focus group. We regularly have outside groups that are not formal commissions that bring forward recommendations for consideration by planning, zoning, and council. So I think that we can address the mechanism, and that focus group could have parts of the Transportation Commission incorporated into it. So I think we can find that mechanism without too much of a problem. But your larger comment, I think, is, and I appreciate what Ashley said earlier, but this is a city issue moving forward. The urban renewal district expires in 10 months, and most of the properties in downtown are not going to be under an umbrella of a urban URD. So I do think these are coming in our direction. However, we also have a partner in ACHD that has to be brought into this conversation. I know that I don't know off the top of my head what agreements currently exist about what rights and authorities we have to make decisions ourselves that ACHD has given to us, especially in the right of way. And those may need to be reevaluated and reconstituted. So there is work to be done one way or the other on all these issues, even just to set up the framework for however that's going to exist.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I think this is all really helpful discussion, and both Councilman Overton and Councilwoman Strader helped me kind of refine what I was thinking when I was initially asking about a subcommittee or group of what that looks like. I agree that we need some kind of entity that exists outside of this body here to spend a little more time, but not just to kick it off. It seems like it needs to be an advisory body to us to what do we need to do now to get started? What's the structure, organization? And then as we move along, what's the next step? And then what's the next step? And as we see projects, right, which we hope across the road is successful, how does that change things? We're going to need this continual advising of the city. I also agree with the mayor that we have to own this now as a city, right? So we need to sort of decide how this is going to work best for us and include MDC, ACHD, others as partners, stakeholders in downtown, the Chamber of Commerce. I think all need to be part of the conversation. Whatever that looks like, if it's a subcommittee of the transportation or if it's an advisory, I'm not sure that I particularly have an opinion, but I agree with the mayor. It doesn't seem like it's terribly hard to set up, but I do want them to grapple with this and then advise us on how to do that. But I do think it needs to be sort of something that we set up that doesn't have an expiration date, that it's going to always be there and meeting regularly to advise us, because this is an evolving issue, especially as the downtown evolves.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a quick one to tap right on to what Councilman Taylor just said. When we did it this last time, we had 2 council members and we had 2 members from planning. And what struck me as what was missing was what we had 10, 15 years ago, which was we need a representative from the police department that represents the code enforcement, the enforcement side, what our capabilities are. So as we're moving forward and discussing what we're doing, we also understand what our limitations are and what we're dealing with to handle these situations. Otherwise, we can end up saying we want to do something and then not realizing that committee doesn't have the manpower to make it happen. So I'd rather see maybe one city council member on that and a member from the police department representing our enforcement ability for parking moving forward.
Council, any other comments at this time on this item? Okay. Thank you, Chris,
Thank you.
Ashley, Dan for being here, Caleb, Dave. I'm sure you each heard different things that you liked and disliked in this conversation. So we look forward to those next conversations on this. So,
Right. Thank you all.
thank you. And you too, Owen. Appreciate you being online.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Council, with that, we'll move on to item 16, which is the 2026-23 strategic plan. Says adoption discussion, but it's really a review of the items that were last presented. I don't think we're talking adoption. Mr. Mouse.
Good evening, everyone. Slideshow up. Again, as the mayor alluded to, this is really more informal discussion, feedback from you all, run through quick slides. Many of them have not changed from 3 weeks ago, still the same intent. You'll see there are still the focus areas up there, but primarily what we're focused on today are the goals. But we will run through.
In the essence of time, can we just go to the proposed changes that were recommended? Unless people want to go and talk back about other things, at least go to those items because those were the highlighted items. My understanding is there was no feedback, additional comments from council, unless something came in after you and I met yesterday.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Yeah.
So we can at least start here and then we can talk about anything else that people would like to talk about on that. So we'll you take it from here.
What's highlighted there are the two changes that we heard from the last discussion back in the business economic vitality section. Two minor changes, really. Number two is taking out that concept of sort of making miracles and making memories. So we adjusted the words there. And then in number four, there was the conversation about the heart of healthcare or a hub or driving forces, the words that are on the paper right now. I think it's open for discussion and feedback from you all on how that resonates with you, as well as all the other goals. I'm happy to talk about those as well.
So council, any thoughts on these changes, pro or con?
Mayor,
Mr. Healthcare Whitlock.
I'm going to flip back to where we were before the last conversation, and I think Councilman Taylor was the one that recommended heart of healthcare. And yes, you were. In last discussion, I think Councilwoman Strader liked the imagery of that. Driving force doesn't really work for me, but I would just toss that back out and just say, I mean, we are Meridian. We're the center of the Treasure Valley. It's the heart of a lot of things in the valley. You got to go right through us to get anywhere else. And why not be the heart of healthcare? So I would just open that back up for consideration.
I would concur with that. Dave, those were almost my exact words to Dave directly when I saw this. But I thought that was where there was a general alignment. It was more around heart than anything else. Dissenters?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I don't particularly have a super strong feelings about it. I don't recall myself advocating for the harder healthcare, but a good communications professional like Mr. Whitlock, I'm going to lean on his expertise. I liked driving force, but I don't know that I have super strong feelings. The point of it is we want to position the city of Meridian as a focal point, right? For a place where people have good jobs, but also this forward-thinking, innovative approach. So I like the suggestions. I'm not going to stand in the way of anything going back to where it was.
So you like the number 2 change as well? I've seen a majority head nods on those items. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Council, any other feedback on any of the others? Again, I hadn't had responses back from you via email. This is intended to be open discussion. I know we're a little backed up against some time, but we're here for you. Happy to have that discussion.
Seeing no one looking more, I think that we can finalize these and let you take it from here.
Yep. So the intention would be come back next week, hopefully adopt these focus areas and the goals, and certainly the work from the departments will continue on in tactics through the month of March, and we will evaluate with the mayor and council president as to what cadence and report out looks like beyond that. Certainly with feedback, and appreciate the work. Really appreciate having you all in the room to go over the work goals with our consultant, and thought it was a good exercise and good product and good outcome.
And council, you should be engaging with your departments as liaison on the tactics as they are developed. So be on the lookout for those conversations in March, potentially into April. We'll see how they go. I've tried to give everyone get us draft going into the month of March, so that we can move this as quickly as we can, but want to make sure we get the right stuff too and engagement from you all on those items. So. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Lee. Okay, with that, we're at the end of our agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
move that we adjourn the workshop.
Motion and second to adjourn the workshop. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. You guys have it. We are adjourned. Ready to roll? Council, the meeting will come to order. For the record, it is February 24th, 2026 at 6 p.m. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader. Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Overton.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Okay, up next is our community invocation, and tonight that will be delivered by Jennifer Cavanis Williams with the Baha'i Faith. If you would all please join us in this community invocation and take this as a moment of silence and reflection.
O God, we are weak, give us strength. We are poor, bestow upon us thine illimitable treasures. We are sick, grant us thy divine healing. We are powerless, give us thy heavenly power. O Lord, make us useful in this world. Free us from the condition of self and desire. O Lord, make us firm in thy love and cause us to be loving toward the whole of mankind. Confirm us in service to the world of humanity, so that we may become the servants of thy servants, that we may love all thy creatures and become compassionate to all thy people. O Lord, thou art the Almighty, thou art the merciful, thou art the forgiver, thou art the omnipotent.
Thank you very much. Council, anything under announcements and recognition?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
quick, it's been a busy week in Meridian, and I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank, recognize, and appreciate the fine men and women of the Meridian Police Department and our many partner agencies. I don't know about you, council, I slept better last night, knowing that our community is in a safer place, and it's due to exceptional police work and exceptional partnership from agencies. So on behalf of myself, the councilors want to thank the police department for their great work this last week.
All right, seeing nothing else, we will move on to our public forum. Madam Clerk,
Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Overton, sorry.
We should approve the agenda.
Yes, we should. Councilman Overton.
Mr. Mayor, there are no changes to tonight's agenda. I move that we approve it as published.
Second.
Motion is second to adopt the agenda. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Next up is public forum. Madam Clerk, you want to sign up under public forum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No one has signed up.
Okay, then with that, we will go on to our work for this evening. First item up is a public hearing continued from January 13th, 2026 for latitude 43, which is H 2024-0059. We will continue this public hearing with comments from staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Since the last hearing, revised elevations were submitted for the first phase of the development, which is the portion north of the 5 Mile Creek. These were the elevations that were originally submitted with the application and the elevations that the commission recommended approval of in their action. These are the proposed elevations that were submitted by the applicant. Several, 10 to be exact, letters of testimony have been received since the last hearing for a total of 28, and those are included in the public record, as well as these elevations. The applicant also submitted proposed concepts for the future east-west collector street where it crosses this site. That's been the topic of discussion with this application. And Caleb Hood is present to speak more to that here tonight, if you have questions. That's all for staff. Thank you.
Okay. Council, any questions for staff for follow-up? Councilman Strader.
Could you go through the elevations again? I just wanted a chance to look at that.
Yeah, again, these were the ones that were approved by the commission. Okay. And these are the proposed elevations.
Thanks.
Council, any additional questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sonia, apologies if I've missed this. I know this is kind of an older staff report. This is a long application.
Mhm.
I didn't see anything anywhere about student generation, where students are set to go if this were to be approved. I know we didn't get a letter from West Ada, but I know sometimes in our staff reports, we include that information. I just need to know if I've missed it or if we have that information.
If you want to give me a moment, I will take a look at that. I don't remember off the top of my head. It
Mr.
has
Mayor.
been a while.
Councilman Cavanagh.
What I might suggest, and I think my point was, I know we've got a lot of public testimony tonight. That would be something that I would like to get some clarification on, maybe when we get towards the end of public testimony.
All right, any additional questions for staff at this time? Okay, with the applicant board.
Good evening, Council. Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. We're back. First, I want to thank staff as well as the city in general. The consultant report that we received regarding we're here primarily to discuss about East-West Collector Road. That was kind of the topic of discussion. It really necessitated that deferral about 10 months ago or so. I did provide a presentation. I'm not sure if you guys can pull that up. Maybe you've got it.
Oh.
I have a thumb drive also, if that is easier. While Sonia's pulling that up, just to touch real quickly on this, so that refresh everyone's memories. This is about 17.27 acres located between Magic View and Freeway or Wells Circle, and on the west side of Wells Street, just west of Eagle Road. And the request is to annex the 17.27 acres and assign zoning designations of R8, R15, and CN zoning to the subject parcels. That consists of about 13.78 acres of R8 zoning, 2.42 acres of R15 zoning, and 1.07 acres of CN zoning. The request is also for a subdivision. So real quickly here's my presentation's open, just the project site here, just to get everybody oriented. 5 Mile Creek kind of bisects the project. Phase 1 that you'll hear us talk about is north of 5 Mile Creek. Phase 2 is south of 5 Mile Creek. The current zoning is RUT in Ada County. We are requesting the annexation that complies with the future land use of medium density residential, as well as the mixed use neighborhood designation on the southern portion. The preliminary plat that we presented earlier, or I guess towards the middle of last year, has not been changed at this point. We still have 59 single-family lots in the first phase. We have 20 single-family lots in the second phase, and the one approximately 1 acre commercial site that would fall along Wells Circle. So the phasing plan that we have here. And then this is a preliminary plat. I'm going to take a minute to talk about this a little bit more. Our open space of 2.96 acres, that 2.28 acres is required, 15% of the overall development. We have 2.47 acres of qualified open space, which calculates out to 16.3% of the site of qualified. Amenities required for this development would be 3 points based on the 1 point per 5 acres of gross development area. We have 12 amenity points proposed. That consists of a picnic area, a tot lot playground, 2 sports courts, and multi-use pathway. The amenities in phase 1 constitute 4 points. That's a picnic area, a tot lot playground, a multi-use pathway, and then the open space. The amenities for phase 2 would consist of some additional open space and the two sport courts. So this gets us kind of the timing of these applications. So we had submitted these applications kind of late 2024. And we were here middle of 2025 with a unanimous recommendation for approval from planning and zoning. And at that point in time, it was brought to our attention that there was some inconsistencies with long-term east-west collector location to get from Eagle Road over to Locust Grove. I know there's some other extents of that, but that's primarily what's impacting this project. At the time, we were requested to defer so that the consultant that was hired by the city of Meridian could do their study and determine what the best locations for an east-west collector were. They presented those alternatives to the council. I'm going to go ahead and skip to that real quickly. So this was a months-long study, January 27th. This council reviewed those alternatives and selected either D or E as the preferred locations of that east-west collector. This is concept D. It's a little difficult to see here. If you can see my cursor here, D runs along Freeway Drive, kind of hooks north where Wells Street currently is, and then followed Wells Circle and then led west through some county property. Concept E was very similar, other than when it hit the western boundary where the county property is, it jogged south. This would be concept D as overlaid. You can see on the right side of this image is where concept D would follow Magic View Circle, kind of move north a little bit and then continue west towards the bottom of the screen here. You can see where concept E similarly follows Magic View and then jogs south. Yesterday, we had some additional conversations with staff and we were presented a third option that follows a little bit further north. Our phase 2 can still accommodate that right of way. It will take a few additional moves with the pre-plat to land that right of way in the correct location. Effectively, we're here saying that if council prefers us to run it a little further north, that works for us. This really only impacts phase 2. As you can see here, we could retain concept D or E. There's no real additional steps required on our end. A little bit of a tweak at the southwest corner of phase 2. If the third option is selected, we feel like with a revision to the preliminary plat, we would want to come back to show you what that looks like. This is where that concept D, or sorry, I guess we'll call it the new concept that we were provided yesterday, generally falls. You can see that it kind of aligns with what we're calling Equator Drive, that is part of the proposed subdivision. That would be just to the left of this on screen. That being a collector, there's some moves that would have to happen with the uses along the collector, some buffers for residential uses down there, but ultimately still really preserves about 1/3 commercial, 2/3 residential in phase 2. As you can see in these slides, and I'll just jump back to these other ones. If you look at phase 1, which is north of 5 Mile Creek, our entry into phase 1 would be here off of Wells Circle, and all the traffic would go north into the subdivision of phase 1. The alternatives for the east-west collector are down here on the south edge. And even here, we're still, we actually still meet ACHD spacing requirements for offset from collector roadways. So what I want to talk about is a little bit more of what we've gone through this process. After we've kind of adjusted or looked at adjusting the south phase 2 here, we have determined that phase 1 really has no impact with the east-west collector. Again, can fully retain that right of way as was the council's direction when we were deferred originally to find an ability to accommodate that east-west collector roadway through the site. Excuse me. And actually, initially, this is not the first adjustment that would come out of this project. All of the other adjustments that we've made were based on original neighbor comments and concerns. We have eliminated a direct vehicular connection to Magic View Drive, which is at the northwest corner of the project, right here. We have converted that to a shared driveway that's bollarded, so it could be an emergency connection only. That would allow for pedestrian connectivity, but would not allow direct vehicular connection. We did this to respond to the neighbors' concerns, really trying to push traffic over to Wells Street as far south as we can in phase one, to try to encourage the traffic to either turn south and go to Freeway Drive to get to Eagle Road. They can turn left and go on Wells to get to Allen Street to Eagle Road. There will be traffic that turns left and goes through Woodbridge, as currently happens right now. But we really feel like this responded to those kind of those concerns. One of the other things I do want to point out is when we came in at our pre-app for this project, we had 90 residential lots proposed between both phases. When we went to our neighborhood meeting, we had reduced that to 85 residential lots. When we went to our initial submittal, again, based on some feedback from the city as well as looking at neighbor concerns, we reduced that to 81 residential lots. And through working with the city, some tweaks that we needed to make to where the right-of-way falls, some landscape buffering, that has been reduced to 79 residential lots. That is over both phases of the project. 59 lots, again, would be in phase one north of the canal or the creek. 20 roughly will be south. Additionally, we made some changes to the lots along the western boundary of phase one, which directly abuts the Woodbridge subdivision. We brought those into conformance to a 1-to-1 lot ratio. We have 15 lots on our side. There's 15 existing lots on the Woodbridge side. We also substantially tried to align those property lines and corners with those properties while also being sensitive to the developer and future build out, trying to keep our lot widths pretty standardized. So we didn't have a lot of different lot widths. Additionally, we have setbacks along the western side of phase one. That would be an R8 zone. We're requesting a 12-foot setback, which is the R8 standard. We have talked to the developer and the developer's builder, and they are comfortable that a single-story home would have a 12-foot setback, rear setback. A 2-story home would have a 20-foot setback, which far exceeds the R8 standard. I think actually it's in excess of the R4 standard for a rear setback. We would like to retain, and this is similar to the conversation that we had before, retain the option of providing a covered or uncovered patio space behind those 2-story homes that could go to that 12-foot setback. Whether a 1-story or 2-story home, we would not encroach into that 12-foot setback. I would like to mention that in talking with the builder, they've indicated that 60% of their lot sales, their buyers are selecting single-story homes. We anticipate that would continue through this development as well. We are in agreement with all the staff report and conditions of approval. We feel confident that this will provide a high quality project to this area and that it has responded to the city's requests for the east-west collector location for future, which will help alleviate traffic concerns that the neighbors have that we have heard. We also wanted to make sure to just reiterate that this developer and their builder now will be working with the neighbors to make sure that the fences along that western property boundary are on the property line and in good condition. That is not something that was able to be addressed in the last approximately year because we were delayed. I will mention that this is a different builder. You'll probably hear about that from neighbors tonight. I've seen that in the comment letters that were provided. When we were deferred, the builder that was selected before that had committed to this project felt like they could hang around for a little bit. Unfortunately, that time frame got too long for them to feel comfortable with committing to closing on the property to be the builder. It happens. They've this developer has selected another builder. I know that that builder is different than the ones that the neighbors have talked to. We feel like they are still going to build a very high quality home. These are very cohesive with this area as well as most other areas in the city of Meridian. Again, single family homes. We're really comfortable that this project meets all of the UDC standards, all of the comprehensive plan, future land use standards, and really does set up the city for success in finding a way to create this east-west collector between Eagle Road and going as far as Locust Grove, and I think even further west than that as well. So I would stand for additional questions you might have. Councilmember Cavanagh, I do not have an answer for you about the school, but because we, as you stated, we didn't get a letter from West Ada. I looked it up. I have Heath Clark here with the development team. He does have some information about that if you'd like to hear that too.
Great.
Thank you.
Councilman Cavanagh, would you like that to be your first question for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Heath Clark, if you've got some information on the schools, I know our staff would probably appreciate that, and I sure would as well. So any insight to share, I'd be happy to hear it.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise. So I thought that might come up. I've been around a minute. I did just do a little research, looking at the assigned school areas and relying on the West Ada website to do all this, because obviously there's not a letter to confirm it, but it appears that it's Centennial, that's the high school. Current enrollment's at about 1,700. The prior high was about 2,100. Middle school is Lewis and Clark, just shy of 900 current enrollment, prior high of about 1,125. Elementary schools, Meridian, and that looks like that enrollment's pretty stable at about 400. And then as we've talked about in the past, district wide, you've got about 1,000 fewer first graders than you have seniors. So hopefully that's what I can give you now without specific direction from the school district.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
He thinks it's one of the reasons why I asked the question. I did a little research myself this weekend, and I certainly saw that Centennial popped up, and it was a little bit of a head scratcher for me based on the location. So I appreciate you sharing some of that information that you found as well. So.
You bet.
Council, other questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
talk to me a little bit about your open space and why you determined to put it there. Usually we do like open space to be kind of central to each phase, and feels a little bit like it's not. So I just want to understand that choice.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, thank you for that question. So I wanted to bring up the open space exhibit. I kind of skipped back past it pretty quickly because I wanted to talk about the roadway. We've located the open space in the floodway area, floodplain area of 5 Mile Creek, which basically restricts us from being able to develop single family or really any building within that space. What it does is it allows us to utilize what is a benefit or an amenity for the overall city of open 5 Mile Creek. The north side of 5 Mile Creek has a very low slope approach to that creek. And so what that allows us to do is really get some nice picnic areas, that tot lot area, and incorporate some passive recreation. Additionally, the multi-use pathway that is associated with the City of Meridian's pathway plan and ties into the pathway that comes through Woodbridge is located. I don't know. Can you guys see my cursor on this screen? Okay. It runs right along here, which is the north side of 5 Mile Creek. It will stub here in the event that this parcel redevelops, but it does hook north and then ties into the Woodbridge pathway there. With that linear pathway and green space that's kind of already established in terms of a location, we really felt that consolidating a larger area of open space here would better serve this community, specifically because the entry to this, specifically phase 1, will be a very landscaped, very kind of, I won't say wild, but a very landscaped and developed open space area that will really kind of draw all the residents into that. The additional open space on the south side stands alone for itself. We have enough open space on the north side in phase one to more than accommodate the requirements of the UDC for open space and programming there. Our phase one again has 4 amenity points, which would be more than the entire development requires. We do have some additional landscape buffers and some other areas for some passive recreation and kind of pedestrian connectivity. But rather than segment that, knowing that with phase two, we would also like those residents to be able to enjoy the open space area as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
just one more. If you could just confirm, are you intending to build the east-west collector in phase two? Or are you flexible on that? Help me understand that. And with staff's third option, which I don't fully understand, so I'd like to flush that out, but with them. But when are you proposing to do that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, at this point, it would be built in phase two. I know that there's some pretty substantial work to secure additional right of way for the extension of that, both to the east and west of our site. But we are ready to dedicate wherever that needs to fall. We feel like if this third option we were presented yesterday is really where that collector needs to go, we're going to be back here talking about what that really looks like in terms of the final location. And ultimately, if it falls along Magic View Circle, I will have to confirm with my client, but it makes it a little easier to do that earlier. Currently, that's set up as just a local roadway. It would take an expansion of that right of way, redoing that roadway of Wells Circle that currently serves a couple commercial areas and some residential properties.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
maybe just some early feedback with really contentious applications where we have real infrastructure issues. Usually I'm looking for developers to come with a solution to the problem and really contribute to the solution. And so I could tell you right now, just from my own perspective, that solving the problem in phase two already feels problematic to me. I'm going to chew on it during the meeting, but it's, I can think of some other examples where, we've had like non-starters on McMillan Road where the developer, for example, puts in a roundabout at their own cost or does something that really moves the needle in terms of the infrastructure. And here I'm not really seeing that in your strategy. So I just wanted to flag that for you so you have a chance to chew on that during the meeting. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Councilman Overton.
Ben, I think we're going to have much longer talk this evening about that preferred roadway. But for all practical purposes, I just want to make sure we put one part of it on the record as we go forward, just out of fairness to you and fairness to everyone else. The preferred roadway was what this city council decided on as our future roadway to alleviate and reduce traffic through the Woodbridge subdivision, with full knowledge that it would require complete rebuilds of the subdivision to the south of Woodbridge now. It's not something that we look forward to having happen in the next 10 to 15 years. There's no current applications that would help us do that redevelopment at this point. But we as a city are tired of not protecting those roadways for the future and having developments come in and reduce our ability to fix a problem that we've had for 20 years. So as we continue to talk about this, I want to just tell you, we're going to talk about it with staff a little bit more as we go through this hearing tonight. We just need to make sure that this isn't something that the applicant's offering up. We are basically requesting them as a city. We've already sat down with ACHD and said, this is where we want our preferred roadway to go. It makes the most sense for them. It makes the most sense for us for the future. We just don't know when that future is. Mr. Mayor, one quick follow-up.
Councilman Overton.
On a different note, a question I really need to have answered now is, in your application, going all the way back to almost the beginning, you have a letter from ITD requesting that you provide a traffic impact analysis. And I'm talking, the date on that original letter is February 10th of 2024, I believe. So it's over 2 years ago. The language requesting that TIA, traffic impact analysis, appears in every single document that planning has put forward on page 2 and page 8 as we've gone through this process and gone through all of these other hearings. But we're sitting here tonight, over 2 years after that was requested, and I don't see that we have that analysis in hand.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton, you are correct. You don't have that in hand. When we were deferred, not knowing where or how an east-west collector may impact this development, it was hard for us to provide or to have a traffic impact analysis completed that would meet all the standards that ACHD, ITD, and the city are looking for to be able to fully determine that. We do have a scoping memo that's been approved. We do that, the process is in process to get that traffic impact analysis. I thought that the condition had something to do with final plat for that traffic impact analysis. Regardless of when, it is in process in order to inform us as to whether there are impacts. In non-formal discussions with ITD, they indicated they can't really expand their right-of-way on Eagle Road. There really isn't a whole lot in terms of improvements to the Eagle Road area that could be done currently, other than, maybe some signalization, timing, some changes to that. We're fully open to and anticipate some mitigation requirements from ITD to come out of that traffic impact analysis. I think that finding out where exactly that collector goes, now that we have that information, we feel very confident that our project right now as presented would retain both D and E preferred alignments for that east-west collector. We are ready to commit to dedicating that right of way for that east-west collector right now, with this application. If this third option that we were presented yesterday by staff ends up being the new preferred location, if that's the way that the council dictates that where that road goes, Equator Drive, which you can see right here, substantially aligns closely with that kind of line that was drawn on a master street map, in which case we would just dedicate that as our collector right-of-way for future east-west. I think that protects the city because that would be enshrined in the development agreement that is entered into. Even if that is a to be determined location, that is something that the developer is willing to commit to really make sure that the city knows they are ready to dedicate the right of way for that. If it is Wells Circle that becomes that, I believe that those improvements could be done earlier than later, because it's already a partial road section. So it makes it a little bit easier to develop. For phase 2, if it had to move further north, the right of way would be dedicated with the plat. And then when that construction came along, that would be built as a collector roadway. At this time, even east of here, if it is that third option, there really is a lot of work to find and negotiate with those private property owners to get that alignment to work. If it's Freeway Drive and Wells Circle, we really have no issue with finding that right of way at this point, or really aligning it with what the city's vision is for that.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Overton.
I think you kind of got off my topic.
Okay.
Woodbridge subdivision has been concerned about, foremost, has been traffic through their subdivision. When Idaho Transportation Department states that because State Highway 55 corridor is already congested and this project will increase the number of vehicle trips, and they request a study so that we can see what that study looks like for what that impact's going to be on Highway 55, it becomes very important to me that I have that study in hand before we try to make a decision. Because what concerns me the most is if we're going to push that much more traffic towards 55, how much of it's going to turn and go back west through Woodbridge? And I think that's what most of the folks in this room are concerned about, is we don't have those pieces to look at tonight. Now, I understand that there was a concern over the driveway, but that was not an issue for the first year. And we still didn't see that that was supplied as part of this application. We didn't bring that forward. But now we're sitting 2 years late. It's overdue. We don't have it. I'm having a hard time making a decision in favor without having all the pieces in front of me that say what the impacts are going to be with this project.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton, I appreciate that. I think that we were trying to figure out, is this development going to change completely because of the consultant's study for an east-west collector? Was it going to run it through the middle of our phase one, where we would have to fully adjust that and move stuff around, which at that point, had we started a TIA, traffic impact analysis at that point, it would be invalid because it wouldn't be responding to this design. I do know that they have provided us, as I stated, with some feedback that other than some minor changes to some timing of signals to try to move traffic out of those intersections at Eagle Road, State Highway 55, and Allen, or where I think Freeway ties in as well. At this point, the Highway 55 corridor, there's not a lot that could be expanded there, regardless of what this project looked like. Now that we have a little bit more understanding of where that east-west collector will go, I think that that traffic impact analysis can get completed pretty quickly. So I will talk to my client after the Q&A here, see where we sit with that, see what I can provide for additional information during rebuttal.
And council, if I could, I want to thank staff for maybe bringing up my comments essentially, but after our joint meeting, we looked at a little closer, and really the way the D alignment comes, you come down freeway, you take a hard right and then a hard left in order for that alignment to work. So what we really looked at is, say, if we were really trying to move traffic through this area quickly, you have to take away those turning movements. So we don't know if it would even work, but we haven't had time to analyze that. If you were to realign and take the road behind one of the hotels and push it up through that direction, which is why that was brought up in this context. I think that from when this was originally continued, we at least understand the difference between phase one and phase two of this project is we're likely not going to build a road in phase one based on the comments that have been happened. Phase two, if we stayed with D or E, is not impacted, because it is on that southern edge of the property through that. But again, I think that there's a little bit more refinement on whether or not that road should be evaluated to be straightened or not to achieve the goal. Because the more turns we have in it, it's no different. It'd be like going down past, right up down at the state patrol, and you take that hard right and you take that left again. That's not a very good thoroughfare if that's what you're trying to create. And that's almost identical to what we'd create at that point on the D alignment, if it were to remain the choice. So I just want to put that out there. That's why you're hearing about this. It's not as if though there's any decision points. It was just, we should at least explore that opportunity if we're going to try to do this right long-term. So just want to put that out there for everybody. Council, additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item tonight?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yes, the first person is Robin McCauley. She's indicated that she's representing an HOA.
Okay. You can state your name and address. You'll be recognized for 10 minutes.
My name is, good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Robin McCulley, and I live at 728 South Woodhaven Avenue. I've been resident of Woodbridge for about 11 years now. While I support the growth of our community, I do have several specific concerns that I want to address with you guys tonight. First, the issue of the fence on the west side. I spoke of this originally about 9 months ago, and I submitted a letter as well as pictures to you of that fence directly behind my home. And you addressed it with the homeowner or the owner of the property and asked him if he was willing to work with the residents and make sure that we came, to agreements on that, and he agreed that he would work with us. To date, we have not heard anything from him, and it's been over 9 months at this point. But I noticed when he submitted just this last week, the new information, I was online and I looked at the survey, which is on page 37 under Department Report Update dated the 18th, February 18th. It actually says on the report, it says existing privacy fence to remain. This makes me question whether or not there were any genuine intentions to address any of our concerns. I'm also confused about whether a new fence can be legally constructed directly adjacent to our existing fence. I reached out to Planning and Zoning 3 times, and I was told 3 different answers. So that inconsistency alone, we need clarification, I think, before moving forward with that. There are also matters of ownership of trees back there that, again, the property line was not established in the survey, and he brought that up. Also, you guys mentioned that you thought that their addition with Pacific Lifestyle Homes presenting their homes would be a good fit for Woodbridge, saying in terms of size, quality, and value, they were very comparable to Woodbridge. They no longer are in this case with the new elevations that he's proposing. Previously, they were in $500 to $600,000 range, estimated over 2,000 square feet. They're not at that price point anymore. We, as the residents of Woodbridge, were working with Pacific Lifestyle Home, the builder. We were having open discussions. As of last Wednesday, he was unaware. He thought he was waiting on traffic studies. He had not heard anything else from the owner. He did not receive anything until the next day from their lawyer saying he was no longer a part of this. So that's confusing to us. Finally, the traffic impact. As you all know, with the several projects that have already been approved coming to Locust Grove area, ACHD has already estimated 5,000 cars a day coming to the area of Locust Grove. Adding latitude 43 is only going to cause more burden and congestion that we're already seeing problems, and puts our families, pedestrians, children at risk. We don't think our infrastructure is ready yet. It's under strain at this time. And until we can clear some of that up, we think adding more vehicles would just cause for possible serious consequences. I know that I just wanted to respond to him saying that he was waiting for the traffic study to see if it was going to run through phase 1. Woodbridge aligns adjacently to phase 1. I mean, he told you that it is plotted out to match us. So the only way that that would have ever happened is if you were going to run another road through Woodbridge, which you've all told us that you were trying to avoid because you're trying to help us and get that congestion out of there. We all think that we need to be proactive as all these things, the ICOM, the State College, West Ada's new technical school has all been approved. It's coming. We know that it's coming, but we need to move that traffic and figure out a solid way to move that around Woodbridge instead of through Woodbridge to keep our families safe. Given this concern, the unresolved fencing issues, uncertainty about property rights, change in scale of development, significant traffic impacts. I respectfully ask you all to vote no to latitude 43 until some meaningful resolutions and clear protections are in place for all of our affected homeowners. And we have several residents here. They don't like to speak, but they are here to back the HOA and our vote of no to latitude 43. Would the residents please stand up that are here to vote no? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Robin, thanks
Yes,
for joining us. I think I read all three of your emails over the past year and change, so I appreciate you kind of putting a face to the name. My one question really stems with how you ended your presentation tonight on behalf of your fellow residents, which is you touched on you would want the council to vote no until there is meaningful resolution. What does meaningful resolution look like for the neighborhood?
I think we have to have real open, not just ideas, but movement in that area we have to have at least something on the ACHD's 5-year plan or sooner. We have all of these other things moving in on Locust Grove, all of these cars that we know are already coming. And before we continue to add to it on the east side, I think that we need to have real meaningful things in place and seeing it progress. At this point, we have no progression. We have ideas, we have presentation. I don't know if you all met with, I think Mr. Overton said that you met with ACHD already to put your ideas in place, but to really have it on the 5-year plan, it's going to happen. Give us some hope that we will see some relief. That West Ada Technical School with those high schoolers coming and going all day, they're going to cut through Woodbridge to get to the fast food areas. We know this, and that's going to be all day long. And our community is already under so much burden with the traffic as it is now. If we add 79 more homes with an unknown amount of cars to each home, it's just going to be even more of a burden.
Mayor, can I follow up?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Robin, this process is really designed to be collaborative, right? The council is trying to hear from everybody. And I think you have a unique opportunity representing your HOA. You've got the applicant here.
Yes.
And so I heard a lot of kind of like, okay, we want to see some action from the highway district. Outside of that, what are the specific things you're looking for from the applicant when you talk about meaningful resolution? What are those specific things that you are looking from the applicant to be able to provide for you?
From the applicant, we have always been open to discussions with the potential builder and the applicant to speak with us about what they're trying to bring in behind us. We like to work with them, give them ideas, discuss what we know you all are looking for as well. I mean, we know this area will be developed at some point, and so we're not oblivious to that. We know that, but we also want them to work with us. This sudden change in builder, it hasn't given any of the residents that the quote bait and switch. It feels very much like that to our residents because we had worked with this builder this entire process to then find out last week that it had completely changed builders. We've now changed elevations. It's like everybody was very surprised. We hardly had enough time to get all the information out to the residents.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, maybe one more. And Robin, I apologize. I'm not trying to go back and forth with you here.
No, of course.
We as the council have an opportunity to impose conditions if the council were to generate approval. And part of the reason we take public testimony is we're trying to get some insight as to what those things are. My assumption is if the council said, hey, applicant, you have to adhere to the previous elevations that were presented, that wouldn't necessarily change that your neighborhood would be opposed to the application. And so when you said you want meaningful resolution, I apologize that I'm really looking for specific things, which I haven't really heard. And so I guess I'll give you one more opportunity. If there are specific things that the neighborhood has presented to the applicant that you believe need to be addressed by the applicant, that they have refused to address, those are the things that I'm looking for.
Well, unfortunately, our HOA and the residents haven't had the opportunity to even meet and come up with these things because all of this has just happened in the initial change was done 3 business days ago, only 6 days before this vote. So we haven't had an opportunity to meet as a group of the residents. We haven't had a chance to even discuss anything. So they have written letters, talk to us as much as they can. We've put it on our website, that type of thing, but they really haven't had an opportunity to talk to the owner and that type of thing, like about the amenities for, deciding to just go forward with phase 1. Phase 1 doesn't, I heard that it meets the 3 points or 4 points that it is, but honestly, the pickleball courts were in phase 2. That was their biggest amenity. That was what all these 79 houses, something big that they could do. That is no longer. So those types of things, talk about amenities, talking about elevation, talking about just all of that in general, like having discussions when originally they said they would work with Woodbridge and they wanted Woodbridge to be a part of it. And they wanted us to, have nice, good discussions and, work with them, which we completely have. We've been on board from the beginning with them. And now 6 days ago, 3 business days ago, everything changed. Like, we will not be using this builder. We will not be using these elevations. And so we were quickly trying to gather information and get it out to everyone.
Mr. Mayor?
There'll be, no, not right here.
Mr. Mayor, just Robin, thanks. I know it's a very hard job, a job that doesn't come with a lot of thanks and appreciation serving on your HOA board. Just on behalf of the mayor, my council, just thanks for serving on your HOA and appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Robin, you're probably not done yet, Robin.
I'm not done yet.
I know,
Okay, sorry, I'm not done yet. Just kidding.
council, other questions? I do have one question. So
Yes,
you
sir.
talked about the road
Yes, sir.
a little bit. We're not ACHD. We don't get to decide when roads are built, but I don't think this road's going to be built at all unless it starts with development, one piece of the property at a time. So I guess my question is, and on behalf of your association as best you can,
Yes, sir.
would you rather have the current road situation you have for the next 30 years? Or would you rather start the process piece by piece, knowing that it's going to maybe get incrementally worse before it gets better at the end? Because I don't see ACHD going in and doing eminent domain and purchasing that properties in this area. It's going to only happen over time as developers or others buy homes and redevelop their properties where a road will eventually get extended through that area. That's my crystal ball for you. So I'm going to ask you for, what would you rather see happen?
Well, I would like to see that it's presented to ACHD as a problem that's been a problem for many, many years. And even though it may only be placed on the 5-year plan, that maybe it could be because it's grown so quickly and there's been so many issues and things have happened in that area that they could put us closer to the top of the list than 30 years out. The piece by piece, I understand that ACHD does work more retroactively than proactively, but in our case, we already know because the projects have been approved on Locust Grove, the several projects on Locust Grove, that it's coming. These are coming. And so we know this already. I think our community just doesn't want to add anymore. Like, what's the cutoff? At what point we're going to be so bogged down that getting out of onto Eagle Road, whether you're at the light at McDonald's or whether you're at the light at St. Luke's, is backing up so far now, and it takes so very, very long to get out. And that's without these things being in effect yet. The ICOM and the West Data, they're not there yet. Latitude 43 is not there yet. And we already have substantial backup. So I think, I wish we all had a crystal ball. I know when I stood up here in front of you 10 years ago, pregnant with my son, talking about this very issue, I said, you know, the traffic then was bad. And I just wish that we could figure out a way to take care of it and help the residents of Woodbridge, and say no to these things that we can still say no to, since the ones that have already been said yes to, we don't have any recourse for that. We can't take those back. So, but this one, we still have the opportunity to say, we have to figure some things out yet. We're not quite there yet. And we need to get there before we can allow anything else to come. And I think all of the residents would say that. They would say, you know, we've had a child hit in our neighborhood. We have speeders. We have so much congestion in traffic that they're just looking for safety for our residents, safety for our children, the pedestrians, everyone, and just adding more traffic, 79 homes with potentially 2 drivers. It's just going to add so much more to that whole entire area. Not just, you know, just for everyone's safety. So.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Not exactly, but I'll let you get off with that. There's no right or wrong answer, but it's just the reality of the situation that is there, that if you want another road to bypass, development's going to have to help bring it. Otherwise, there probably won't be a road in the near future. And we'll have to look at what we have and make adjustments into this Woodbridge area if you want to do traffic mitigation on that. But that's for a separate conversation, not for this application.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. And I think, yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next on the list.
Mr. Mayor, no one else has indicated they'd wish to testify. Do you want me to go through names or?
Well, since everyone, don't worry. We'll just, I just want to make sure that no one else has said they want to testify.
Correct.
Okay, then just come on up one at a time and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. You can state your name and address. Don't worry, everyone will get their opportunity.
All right, my name's Afton Piper and I live on Bowstring, 2228 Bowstring, so I see it all. So you wanted a proposed solution, right? There's just no way you can allow that volume of homes to be developed. So if you want to allow something, just don't allow that volume. That volume is huge. It is a huge, huge problem for not only our neighborhood, but like she was starting to indicate, getting out onto Eagle, either way, it's a problem. Getting into our neighborhood from Allen Street off of Eagle, that's a problem. It's already backed up to where if you take a left on Franklin, if you're on Franklin, take a left onto Eagle, that backs up into the intersection because everybody's trying to get in that right lane to get onto the interstate. So we can't get into the right lane to get into our own neighborhood. That's just going to add more and more. So not just a problem in our own neighborhood, you've got a problem with the hospital. You've got a problem with the entire intersection of Eagle and Franklin. I have seen 2 car wrecks on Locust Grove turning into Woodbridge. And the problem usually is people ride that middle lane because they say, oh, I've got to take a left all the way up there. So they smash into someone else who's also trying to take a left. So we already have real problems. 2 kids have been hit, not 1, 2. 1 kid, huge scar on the back of on his back, right? He didn't tell anybody. He showed some neighbors, but he didn't say anything about it. He was hit on his scooter. Another kid, he was on the sidewalk and got hit. He was not in the street, sidewalk. So if you've got kids getting pushed, like this car, he was on the sidewalk waiting for his turn. They rode and went up on the sidewalk and knocked him off his scooter. Those are real problems. They're not just, you know, oh, well, that kind of thing happens. No, we have honks, you know, horns honking every single day. People, you know, they're honking because we're not going fast enough, honking because we're not going in and out of our driveway fast enough, passing us on the left when we slow down to go into our driveway. That's happened so many times, like I can't even count anymore. It's bad. So beyond our neighborhood, which I get it, you've got development. Neighborhoods are kind of gonna degrade with development. Things are gonna get nicer and we're gonna get worser because that's how it is. But are you okay with 2 kids being hit? Are you okay with extra car wrecks? Are you okay with actual backed up traffic into intersections for not just Woodbridge, but the rest of the community? Eagles, I mean, what are you gonna, I know you've got this, what?
If you could wrap up, please.
Okay, stars coming, that's gonna help maybe a little bit, but you can't allow that volume of homes. So you asked what solution do you want to propose? I'm proposing you cannot allow that volume of homes. Maybe you can allow 1 acre lots there.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
You can't allow more.
Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Next.
Good evening, Mayor Simison, City Council members. My name is Karen Rice, and I have been a resident of Woodbridge for 11 years. My address is 2324 East Bowstring Street. Over this time, I have observed a consistent increase in traffic. You just heard from my neighbor. Last summer, a car hit a child while he was on his scooter. The driver did not stop. Fortunately, a neighbor helped the child get home. Recently, I witnessed a speeding car past a neighbor that was walking their dog, and they sped past them before they could finish crossing the street, almost hitting them. 2 weeks ago, my own son's basketball was hit by a speeding car, and the driver did not stop to express concern, nor did they address the incident. And it's very alarming to be in the house knowing that your children are on the street and you hear a very loud, right, a basketball popping under that pressure. It was I was very fortunate that my children were fine and it was simply a basketball. These examples underscore the urgent need to prioritize our children's safety through responsible decisions. The current traffic situation in Woodbridge is deeply concerning. We frequently experience near misses and fear a severe incident will occur. Our subdivision is already overwhelmed with traffic, and I urge you to address these issues before we add more. With current approved developments such as the West Ada CTE Center, ICOM expansion, and ISU expansion, we anticipate a significant increase in traffic that we dread. The proposed latitude 43 will further exacerbate this problem. As an administrator in our school district, I often say 90% of student issues start as adult issues. And as educators, we strive to support our students by removing obstacles and reducing adult issues that negatively impact students. I say this because the traffic situation is an adult issue that is negatively affecting and impacting our children's safety. The latitude 43 development is too dense and adds more traffic to an already overloaded situation. And I know that we're addressing traffic and it's really about latitude 43, but it's really a together situation. I urge you to take responsibility and halt further development until current traffic situation is addressed, ensuring the safety and needs of existing residents take place and precedence over new developments. If a tragedy occurs, the responsibility will lie with the adults that are making these decisions. Please support Woodbridge by finding solutions to our traffic issues before proceeding with new developments that will continue to add to an already bad situation. I say this as a resident and an HOA board member.
Thank you. Council, any questions? I'm going to say something that's going to make me maybe the least popular person in the room, and I'm going to put it out there just because we have a lot of people from Woodbridge here. If we put a bollard in a Magic View circle to stop all cut-through traffic, that it means also residents can't drive out to Eagle Road? Would that be acceptable to people in this room?
Yes. Yes. If our subdivision was able to act like a cul-de-sac instead of a highway, we would appreciate it. Because our streets are the equivalent of Overland and Franklin. Because people are too lazy, adults aren't willing to make adult decisions for children to take an extra 3 to 5 minutes to get to Overland and to get to Franklin. And I do believe that you would have the support of the community to make our subdivision act like a cul-de-sac.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't think I was going to get applause or applause for the suggestion, but anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Philip Bodie. I live on Bowstring Street in Woodbridge Community. I just moved there in November with my family. I have a 2-year-old son and a 1-year-old daughter. Since moving there, I know you guys heard a lot about what it is like with the traffic, etc. I live at the Bowstring has this long stretch of street and then 2 loops. The people speed up really bad on this straightaway. They go about 40 miles an hour on a 25, and that's 2,500 cars in the morning and 2,500 cars in the evening. And some days I'm unable to exit my car. I'm unable to park. There's a lot of issues that come with that. But the safety for the children is the most important to me. What I wanted to answer is the question about solutions. And I think one of the biggest solutions is I used to live in Boise, and there was an area was the same way. It was a path to a school. And what there was just speed bumps in the way. And it was a 25, same as this location. And if there's enough speed bumps, it slows down the traffic at least to a manageable speed. So kids don't get hit, because most cars are low to the ground and they will just scrape. And most people that cut through, I think they will cut through every day. It's probably the same people, or it's people of maps that just follow Google Maps because Waze will direct them that way because it's the shortest solution or shortest way to get through there. So I think an immediate solution that's very, very easy and very, very cheap is having developers pay for something like that. Before we move on. I mean, that's a simple fix, right? At least we can then slow down the cars to see children, maybe, because as you all know, the faster you go, the slower you can react. So if we can do stuff like that, that would at least help. Just trying to come up with solutions, not with more problems, I think that's all I have to say for today. Yeah.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, next.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'm Mike Seaman at 544 Trunnell. I just moved into Woodbridge. I'm going to turn around and ask everyone just a quick question. Raise your hand if your home is the biggest asset that you own. So if you have, like a retirement account that's got $1 million in it, maybe you're different. But so when we talk about traffic, obviously there's children safety, all those concerns. My main concern is that the developer is now changing the scope of their homes. And while the traffic will also deteriorate the value of everyone's home, I think the most egregious thing that's happening right now is the developer is trying to shoehorn these smaller homes in. I was not part of the discussions. I just moved to Woodbridge, but if we had homes that are $500,000 and $600,000, 2,000 square feet, and now we've changed them to 12 and 1,400 square foot homes and possibly a phase 2 that may or may not be built. My concern as I live in Woodbridge for the next few decades and my children start driving is that our home values aren't going to be protected. So the safety for sure is important, but everyone in this room bought a home in Woodbridge or nearby probably, knowing that this is a great place to live. And as homes are built and more people are added to the road, My long-term concern is the home values are just going to go down in Woodbridge and all over. Small impact on the tax base, but huge impact on everyone here in this room that has a home that they're counting on appreciation and counting that value holding. Any questions?
Council, any questions?
And then Luke, maybe to address that point, the question is like, what can the developer do? Maybe start with honoring the initial, and not just elevation, but the initial plans for the home. Point of clarity too on the elevations. My understanding is the elevations are like the look of the home. I don't care about the look, but if we're talking about a 1,200 square foot home instead of a 2,000 square foot home, that's a big difference in value. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Simonson, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Raymond Spencer. I live at 600 South Woodhaven in the Woodbridge development. Most of the homes on my street back up to the proposed Latitude 43 development. And what I take away from the presentation and some of the materials we've seen is that the developer is proposing to have a minimum setback of the homes to our property line of 12 feet. So if you look up at these ceiling squares and you count 6 of them, that's 12 feet. That's not a lot of distance. And I think what we would like to have is some sort of a guarantee that the single story homes backing up to our property would have a setback of maybe 20 feet. That's asking for 4 more of those squares, because on top of one another like that, it creates a visual block. It becomes a little bit uncomfortable. And I think that's probably the least the developer can do to give us a little bit more breathing room. And then based on some of the other comments I've heard tonight, I do agree with the traffic issues, especially going toward Eagle Road 55. You've got the Wells and Magic View intersection that forms that funny little jog. And, we're going to have some issues there as well. And I just wanted to ask you to think about the setbacks and think about also some of the issues that were brought up in terms of the open space and where that might be located, because we're going to have some ugly fences along Magic View, minimal landscaping. I like to think of Meridian as a place that has greenery and beauty and all of the pieces coming together to create a greater whole. And I'm not quite seeing it with this development. So those are my comments, and thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Spencer, thanks for being here. And again, you're one that has been following this project for a long time, and I appreciate all the emails that you've sent.
Sure.
And in one of your emails, I think that you sent about a year ago, you identified some concern about a shift in builder. And so can you give council some flavor, to the best of your recollection, the history of different builders that have been assigned to this kind of project? And I think at one point in one of your emails, you referenced kind of a bait and switch. I don't quite come to that same conclusion, but I'm trying to get some of your insight as to the history of different builders being assigned to this project.
That's a great question, and I may not be able to answer it completely, because I've only been a resident of Woodbridge for maybe a year and a half now. And so I don't have experience preceding that. But what I do know is that the builder that we had previously, that we had really great open dialogues with, and the ability to converse and kind of see examples of their work, that led to a degree of comfort in our group that yes, there are responsible people looking out for our interests. The other thing that I can say is that with and a bait and switch, maybe I mentioned that in my emails, and it may not be fair. I don't want to say that, but what I did see in the elevations is I saw a dramatic shift from what was approved to something that is much different in my eye. And I've worked in design, and I've worked with developers a lot over my previous career. So I do have some experience with these things, and a bait and switch may not be, that may be a little extreme, but at the same time, it's something to look at because I have never seen a project that gets approved and then a week before before a meeting like this, the cards get shuffled around and you've got different images. I just don't see it. And I've never seen it go through without some kind of extensive look back to understand how we got there. So, yeah, sure. Okay, thank you
Counselor?
very much.
Thank you.
My name's Kyle George. I live at 1713 East Pagum Street, and I've lived in Woodbridge for 22 years. So I've seen a lot of changes from the time we first moved into now. But I do have a concern with the traffic. I really believe we should have that study before any final decisions are made. And especially in regards to, there's only two ways in. I choose not to use the Eagle exit unless I have to. And at certain times of day, I won't even go down there. I have to use Locust Grove. And we see a lot of excess traffic on Locust Grove due to the development that's on that end of the subdivision. Due to the school, the medical school, the high school, and the proposed development that's going to be new development there is going to increase that traffic flow as well. So I'm hoping that that study could be done before any final decisions are made, because we are really impacted by the traffic on both ends.
Council, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Deborah Henderson, and I've lived in Woodbridge for about 7 years. I live at 660 South Woodhaven Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to review the proposal and provide our input. I think the biggest point that I want to make this evening is that I was disappointed to not hear a clear resolution from the proposal tonight. I think we can all agree that the traffic concerns and having collaboration on a through street that would help solve all of these safety concerns that we have is a priority, but I did not hear a clear plan of action. In fact, I heard deprioritization of that issue from the applicant in terms of timing, having this be a part of phase 2 as opposed to phase 1. That's a really big issue, I think, for everyone here in this room. At this time, we still do not have a completed traffic study or a defined plan addressing access and circulation impacts. I believe it's irresponsible to approve the annexation of over 17 acres without that information and intel. Given that this so significantly impacts safety, emergency access, and all of the concerns that you've heard tonight. I think that the current zoning is commercial neighborhood zoning, and that serves as an actually really important buffer to these functions that we've all been talking about. Between having single family homes and future development, and changing that designation to higher density residential without a clear action plan for infrastructure and traffic mitigation, I think removes that buffer and introduces significant impacts without adequate preparation. Annexation is permanent. Approving this request before these concerns are fully resolved would be premature. So for these reasons, I respectfully ask council to deny the annexation until we have a completed traffic study and we have a clear, actionable transportation solution in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
My name is Celeste Fox. I live at 582 South Woodhaven Avenue. Backing up to this development, if you allow this tonight, I would like to ask for some protection in the development agreement. when we worked with the builder who was presented to us at the neighborhood meeting, August 2024, we asked him what are the setbacks to our homes that are adjacent? He had the schematics and he showed us they were 26 feet to 30 feet because he builds toward the front of the property. And I have at home several of his schematics with these figures on them. So that on the north end where I live, that property is higher than mine. So you have 10 feet behind a house, that single story on single story, they would be at least 4 feet higher than that looking down on mine. 10 feet is nothing. That just is nothing. None of us on Woodbridge have 10 feet backyards. And I'm asking if in the development agreement, you would at least for the single stories have at least 20. I mean, we really liked working with this builder because he had concerns for our concerns. He showed consideration. He wanted people in his buildings to have good backyards. If you have tiny backyards and you're overlooking a neighbor, that's not really a good neighborhood fit. So I'm just asking for this protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward and provide testimony on this item, or anybody online? You can use the raise your hand feature online. Seeing no one coming forward and no one raising their house online, would the applicant like to close?
Members of the council, Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street. Ben's got more detailed notes and he's going to kind of go into the minutia. But as I was sitting there, I did want to raise one issue and make sure that we have the conversation about this, especially before we close public testimony, and just kind of get everybody on the same page in terms of what the city's planning is for this, because I think it really drives a lot of the questioning and the kind of discussion that we're going to have tonight. A lot of what we've heard from the public has to do with decisions that were made many years ago with regard to the configuration of Woodbridge, which, as you guys know, those first few phases are set up as a collector. The last few phases are not. So it created some of these problems that we're talking about structurally. The comment has, well, and let me say that I don't think that anything with regard to that changes regardless of this application going forward or not. That is an existing situation. There's been a number of comments about the idea that we should stop development until there's a solution. Unfortunately, I agree with the mayor that there is no solution without development, because this property is not going to be eminent domained by ACHD. I just don't see that possibility. So we do have to work together as a public-private partnership to arrive at a solution to make this eventually work. So that's a long prologue to say that I think it would be good for us to have a conversation initially about what solution it is that the city wants to see. We came into this week thinking it was DRE and thinking that we were going to preserve that right of way and make sure that it was available or constructed for the city as soon as possible so that it can be part of that solution. If we're going with the new alternative, I think we should talk about that, because that will require a deferral to talk about a new arrangement on the phase 2 portion of the plat. And to me, that's the key issue, is to try to get understanding on that so that we can then have a meaningful conversation about what that partnership looks like, to make sure that we're doing our part to make sure that there's an alternative traffic arrangement. So does council agree with that, or do we want to? To me, I was hoping that maybe we'd hear a little bit more from Caleb, for example, about that, so that we could understand where where this third alternative is, what the incentives are, and then maybe we can guide our rebuttal testimony based on that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I'd like to hear from Caleb Hood on those discussions that he had with Mindy with ACHD.
Mr. Mayor, if you and the rest of the council are good with that, I've got just a quick recap history of kind of what's gone on over the last 4 weeks. So 4 weeks ago, Kittleson Associates, who we hired to evaluate, further refine, if you will, what you see on the screen now is actually from our 2019 comprehensive plan. It's one of the 3 concepts that was developed at that time. So Mr. Semple mentioned earlier that there were some inconsistencies with their project and the comp plan. I don't know that I would say it that way. It wasn't fully developed from 2019. This has been on the books, and we really haven't taken it to the next level to refine and really identify where that roadway network could work. And so we hired Kittleson last year, and they presented to you on the 27th of last month. 2 days later, city staff and ACHD staff met to kind of, they watched it online as they do typically for a lot of our meetings, and we talked through kind of next steps. Primarily adding it to the master street map. As part of that conversation, we talked about maybe not having the way alternative D was shown by the consultant, and based on a lot of the conversation that the council had during the presentation on the 27th about making it as direct, as appetizing as possible to motorists to use instead of cutting through Woodbridge. We said, hey, let's move that instead of using the circle. Wells Circle as the collector, moving that up somewhere south of the 5 Mile Creek and north of Wells Circle, meeting that offset. And that's what was communicated to the development team the same day, actually. We met with them on Thursday and had a meeting. Heath actually, I think, emailed us on Tuesday after the 27th watching that meeting and wanted to just make sure we were hearing the same thing from council. And yes, it is alternative D, but we met with ACHD staff, said, the master street map isn't an engineering document. It's more like our comp plan. It's a guide, right? It doesn't say it has to be exactly right here, but it should paint the picture and the vision for what's needed for the transportation network. So when having those conversations with, would you mind advancing the slides on here? Oh, you gave me that. So here's some of the original concepts from Kittleson, and I'm going to just scroll past that one. So here's what D looked like. I think you had some version of this in your presentation as well, so I'm not going to linger here long, but this is what was explained to the applicant, and I'll apologize. I didn't do a very good job, obviously, because we tried to say south of the 5 Mile Creek, north of Circle Drive, but somewhere in there you guys can pick, because those dimensions for the lots, we aren't designing the project for them. So somewhere in there we need a collector roadway, but this is essentially what would happen and go between north of the existing hotel there and hook up with Allen, with Freeway Drive to then get to Allen and up to the Signal, or if you're going southbound on Eagle Road. So anyways, that was just shared yesterday. So this is what I think is being referred to as sharing yesterday. This exhibit was just shared with the applicant team, but we have talked about it over the last couple of weeks, trying to verbally and even in written explain what this alternative D modified kind of looked like, and what we were gearing up to present to ACHD and their commission next Wednesday. So staff is prepared, been meeting with their staff even after 2 days after you heard the presentation, and just fine tuning our presentation to go to the ACHD commission. So, but again, this modification to alternative D, and Mayor, I think, did a great job of explaining, was based on the feedback we heard given the consultant and staff when alternative D was presented to you all here 4 weeks ago. So that is staff's preferred location, although again, this isn't exact. So even the overlay that was shown earlier, it could use their local street in that location if that works better for them, or even move south a little bit. I will share, we did talk to Mindy Wallace this morning, and I'm not sure if she's online. We were just trying to verify, but it didn't sound like she had logged in yet. But if it's a collector, it does need to be 330 feet offset from, if it's a collector, from a collector to a local street. Local streets only require 125-foot offset. So that's why that offset is what we were trying to look for. There is a minimum. You can't just butt it right up to Wells Circle Drive But this generally would be the location to make that as direct of a connection out to the central intersection, the signalization at Locust Grove. So hopefully that kind of gets you up to speed on some of the conversations that have gone on over the last roughly month.
Caleb, since you're answering questions, if we were to make, and I don't know the name of this street, but emergency access only coming out, what's that process generally look like? Even just to ask ACHD on that? And yeah, I'm not gonna ask you to handicap the likelihood of their decision, but what would that look like?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can let you know that request or evaluation for for that request was submitted to ACHD, and they were and are looking at it. It was brought to our Transportation Commission actually here. It was either last meeting or the meeting before, and that is largely up to ACHD. I don't bet too terribly often. I don't think the probability is very high, though. The likelihood of that actually being bollarded or dead-ended or emergency access only. Now, maybe if you had another road, that could be bollarded, but as is now, I would not, I'm not thinking that's a very high likelihood of happening.
And is there a specific reason to your knowledge? And I look at it this way. I can tell you one place we've never got any complaints about traffic in the city of Meridian, and that's from the subdivisions coming off of Locust Grove that can't access Meridian Road through the Waltman property. I'm not gonna say they like their drive around, but we don't get complaints. And it's a much bigger issue, but they have several exit points onto Locust Grove. So I didn't know what your thoughts would be on the reason why.
And Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the question to a degree because I'm not a traffic engineer, so I can't give you all the reasons why ACHD may or may not allow it to be bollarded or otherwise closed off to the public. But it's a public road. So a public street generally is accessible by the public, and I can't think of another case where they've actually closed off a public road with absent a vacation. So if there were a vacation of a portion of that right of way and it's no longer public accessibility, there maybe. I'll throw two more things in there why I don't think ACHD will probably support this. One is they're going to probably look to the fire department and go, okay, you can still technically get through there with bollards or a gate or something, but it is going to hamper their access into and through this area. So that's one. The other one is we're going to send everybody out to Locust Grove and Franklin and Eagle, which are already congested, and through those intersections, which are already a mess. So if you're forcing everybody, including the Woodbridge neighbors, out to those intersections, that's why people are cutting through, because it's not easy to get through Eagle and Franklin. Well, now if you have to go through Eagle and Franklin and you're pushing even more people through that would otherwise have an opportunity to get out to Eagle Road directly, you're just going to cause more delay at those intersections that are already failing. So I just don't think they're going to, I don't know for sure. That is a question for ACHD, but I know they have been petitioned to look at that, and we're still waiting to kind of see what that analysis looks like. But the Transportation Commission is tracking as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I understand it would be unprecedented. It would be a big shift for them. I'm just brainstorming and away from this application, but I would think if the city council wanted to send a letter that we'd like an emergency measure put in place until such time that we can complete this concept, I would hope that they would be open to that, because that wouldn't tie their hands down the road later to opening it once an alternative route has been established. It's just, the situation is so acute, and I think it's a very productive suggestion. The neighbors, I think, would have to weigh in on it some more to some extent, but I'm open to it personally. On this third option, it's really, I guess the only difference here is some of the sharp turning movements. What would you suggest in terms of timing of phasing and so forth with this kind of a concept? I mean, Heath has mentioned he's open to a continuance to try to iron this out in further detail. I feel kind of uncomfortable that this work would happen in phase 2, although I don't know that, having it earlier really accomplishes much if we can't get that segment completed. So I'm just curious kind of what your thoughts are around timing and, working through this.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Schrader, I guess it kind of depends on the question. I would like to see, some resolution to this, and they do get to set the stage for continuing further to the west to eventually make this condition. I'll echo the last couple of comments though on this. I mean, this is going to be development driven. This will not be. We had, that was part of our conversation. ACHD, at least not right now. We could maybe add it to the letter if we're going to ask them to consider bollarding the Woodbridge subdivision, including this in their programming as well. But it's not impact fee eligible, and it's not even a collector right now. It's just a local street. So they don't fund those. That is on the backs and shoulders of development as it occurs. So it's not really eligible for their capital improvements plan.
Okay.
Unprecedented. So not saying it could never happen, but the likelihood, and it's not a very great candidate for something to use ACHD capital to move the needle on that. So the timing, I think, yes, let's get a design. And I think that's the applicant, is here today to kind of get that feedback from you. Is it, using the existing right of way there? It can work. Like the mayor said previously, though, that kink makes it awkward and not as, attractive to use again for motorists. With some additional tweaking there, though, maybe it will function fine. That is some of the analysis we don't know as staff, and some of the next steps that we were going to look at with ACHD and potentially even additional consultants is how do we make this intersection function efficiently? We're not with absent a government agency stepping in, and I don't see that happening, and going and condemning or working with to otherwise acquire or buy property and build the road. Again, we're going to be relying on development to happen. So the timing of it, this is a piece of it. Getting the rest of it or the other additional pieces of it is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, quick question.
Councilman Overton.
Caleb, sometimes these maps are hard to look at.
Yeah.
And understand, just so we're clear with the folks in the audience. When we're looking at that red dotted line,
I'll say.
right where your cursor is,
Yep.
that is coming up on what would be south of 5 Mile Creek.
Yeah.
Through the applicant's current project. It is teeing with Wells.
Yep.
It is then going behind the hotel that sits in that corner. And then the cutback is after that hotel before it hits 5 Mile Creek the second time.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Overton, that's a great way to describe it. So this is basically the southern boundary of the applicant's site. This is the existing well circle. So Willamette Dental is right here. Here's the applicant's project is right here. So yes, and again, the applicant in their presentation had a line that kind of went through. And again, this isn't an exact location, but the way you described it is great. Going north of the existing hotel. This isn't designed exactly. We would need to figure this out with ACHD and engineer it. That 5 Mile Creek actually comes in right about here. So it's not a simple intersection by any means, but at least it makes that more of a direct connection up freeway to Allen, gets you to the signal, or out to Eagle Road more directly.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Hood? No. All right, so you got 7 minutes left.
I'll go fast.
Are you keeping going?
I'm going to go for 1 second longer and then I'm going to hand it off to Ben because I think maybe I can wrap up what we were just talking about here and maybe give it a little direction. So we are prepared to develop in accordance with I'll call it option 3, what was on the screen. So to just be clear, in contrast to what we had previously shown, that one does require a reconfiguration of our phase 2. So that would mean that if it's the council's direction to design according to that, then we need a couple weeks to come back to you with a flipped phase 2 so you can know what it is that you're approving. A couple of items along that line too, just to kind of close that thought out. One is that we would be in support of Councilmember Strader's suggestion about trying to reach out to ACHD and tie the emergency access to the creation of the new roadway. We think we designed our project so that folks would go away from Woodbridge. You might recall that we have just emergency access on the north side, and we put our main access all the way down on Wells to push folks that way. So we're more than comfortable with that. Also to Councilmember Strader's comment about making sure that we're committed to have the solution in place. One way I've seen that happen is that we share your concern about not putting pavement down that leads to nowhere and is kind of a sunk cost in the short run. But I've seen in certain development agreements where if there's notice from the city that says, hey, we've got that other piece, and you give 6 months notice that we're obligated to go make sure that that's dedicated and put in place. So there are ways to deal with that, even with the phasing. So, and we would be happy to include a condition along those lines in the development agreement to make sure that that commitment is clear, because we do feel that way. So I'm going to turn it over to Ben to finish out otherwise.
Thanks, Heath. Mr. Mayor, members of council, just real quickly, I wanted to touch on some of the other items. The TIA status in particular, we did talk with ITD. I just checked with our civil engineering consultant that's here. They talked to him this week. We can get that TIA. They said ITD was basically had kind of put this on ice, just like we had when we kind of got deferred because of this whole collector issue. We can submit that to ITD this week, like tomorrow or by Friday, so that they can have that to start evaluating. Also, because we didn't advance that any further is because we had put this on hold for 10 months and we didn't even know if we had a project at this point. If we don't have a project, we don't have a traffic to evaluate. So we're ready for that to happen. I did want to touch on something. The fence on the west side, the survey shows that it does not follow perfectly the property line there. The project, that fence will be addressed when this project starts to get built. That builder or the developer, my client, will reach out to those homeowners at that point. We can't go fix a fence again if we don't have a project. My developer isn't going to go do an outlay to fix everyone's fences if they don't have a project that they're advancing. Pacific Lifestyle Homes and the developer had an agreement. They had some conversations a few weeks ago. That agreement didn't work anymore for either party. And they both mutually terminated their agreement. And so my client selected another builder because they needed to have a builder so that they could provide some conceptual elevations. It's our understanding that city council doesn't review single family design. This is something that, and you guys also don't dictate a builder on a project. Lots of projects get constructed full subdivision lots with, maybe a couple builders on the line. So talking to the builder, we just got confirmation these homes are an average of 2,000 square feet. They do have a smaller model at 1,478, but they have models at 2,602 square feet. The smaller homes average 400,000 starting with up to 20% add-ons for additional improvements, finishes inside. The 2,000 to 2,600 square foot are going to start around 500,000 plus with that same additional add-ons. So these homes are very comparable to the previous home builder as well. I'm glad that we have some direction on this alignment. I think that actually where we have what's called equator drive that you can see is just to the left of that right dashed line. With some minor adjustments, we can make that work. We'll dedicate that right of way that will fully accommodate a collector roadway in the future. That, as you heard Heath say, that we're committed to that. And my client is also committed to that. We'll continue to work with ACHD. Again, as Heath stated, we would be in support of some working with a development agreement and ACHD to figure out how to protect the residents of Woodbridge until there is a larger collector roadway to facilitate more traffic. This is not a high density housing project. This is actually a lower density than what the designations of the comp plan would allow within the city's code. So I appreciate that the comment that it's different than Woodbridge, but I would not classify this as a high density residential project. I want to also clarify setbacks. We are not proposing a 10-foot rear setback. We never have proposed a 10-foot rear setback. If the previous builder had certain models that worked for him, that worked for them. During our previous city council hearing, we did not commit to anything more than a 20-foot rear setback to the main body of the home with the provision to go to 12 feet with a covered patio. That's in the record. That is in my notes. That was in my presentation from the last time as well. So I just wanted to, again, commit. We've talked to the builder. This will be put in the development agreement, 20-foot rear setback to any two-story home, but we would retain the provision for a single-story home to go to that 12-foot rear setback as is allowed in the R8 zone. We feel like that will protect other homes on that side of Woodbridge, on the Woodbridge side of the fence. There's a mixture of 1- and 2-story homes on their side as well. And they have setbacks just measuring from Google Earth and, some other aerial photos between 15 and 20 feet to the back of their homes. Trying to look at other notes real quick. ACHD, while ITD did request a TIA for the intersections and Eagle Road, ACHD did not request, nor did they require a TIS for this project. With that, I'd stand for additional questions.
Thank you. Council, additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
a comment and then a question. We have not in the past spent a lot of time reviewing elevations of single-family homes, but I take issue with the concept that we could not on an annexation. City councils have a lot more discretion on annexations and whether they're in the best interest of the city. I had an example in my district where elevations actually became extremely important, and we ended up with a 4-story building where we were expecting a 3-story building. So elevations are pretty important to me at this point, and I'll look at them anytime. So just to let you know about that. Trying to be productive, would you like maybe a 6-month continuance or something to try to carry the ball and see if you could get the Woodbridge neighborhood to vote or somehow get consensus on whether they'd want emergency closure and bollards to their subdivision, work with ACHD, and I think those of us on the council that would support that concept could help support you in that, providing letters or whatever is needed to ACHD, and try to see if you could come up with some sort of an arrangement like that. Like, is that the time frame that we're talking about? You're talking about getting ITD rolling on a TIA next week. This doesn't feel like this will be solved in the next few weeks to me. I think if you're able to, I would love for you to try to see if we could get some kind of solution together in the next 6 months. But I just wanted your feedback on timing and kind of process from this point. If I had to vote today, I don't see a path here, but maybe with time and you working through this, maybe there is a way to solve a lot of the issues together. So I just like your feedback on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, I can't commit my client to a 6-month deferral at this point after 10 months of deferrals so far. When we came to the initial city council hearing with no knowledge of this issue of an east-west collector, and 10 months ago it was brought to our attention at this hearing. We have adjusted our plan. We've worked with staff. We've really tried hard to get to a point, multiple deferrals to try to work through all of these issues. The TIA, my understanding, it was a recommendation from ITD to do a traffic impact analysis of the intersections on Highway 55 and how this could impact that. We're going to request that they advance that as quickly as possible, obviously, so we can get a solution. I do know the last time we were here at the full hearing, we had a very robust conversation about how the first phase of this project, for one, we didn't feel like it really got in the way of this east-west collector. Felt like the majority of the council kind of felt, at least had made some comments about how they were almost there on the north half, if we could solve for this in the future. So I think we've shown we're willing to commit time and effort to help the city to work in partnership, public and private, to solve this issue, because it is an issue. All that to say, I'm going to need to get feedback from my client. I think that 6 months, again, I can't commit them to that. I think that what Heath has asked for is a 2-week deferral for us to work on the southern half of this. what I would request is to allow that to occur so that we can work with ITD, see what kind of information we could get back and at least determine the time frame so that we could come have a conversation and provide you with a realistic time frame to have an answer for that. Because I could say, sure, we'll give 6 months. And what if we go 6 months and then it's still not solved? But if we got it solved in 2 weeks, then we'd be sitting for 6 months waiting.
Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Schrader.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I'm just looking for some direction tonight. So I think the choices are, do you want an up or down vote on this tonight? Do you want a continuance and for how long? Or do you maybe want to request a break until 8 o'clock or something so you could call your client and maybe get a better sense? Because you could, it's your right as the applicant, you can ask for an up or down vote tonight. But my understanding is if that occurs, then sometimes that can significantly delay future attempts. So that's kind of why I was asking that. And I'm not saying 6 months is the answer, but just trying to get some direction from you on what you'd like to do.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, I don't have to wait till 8. My client's sitting in the audience here. So if you can give me 2 minutes, I can come back up with an answer for you.
Well, it is, we've been up here for 2 hours. Why don't we take a break and we'll continue at 8 o'clock with that answer and Caleb, maybe give you, I know ACHD's contact. When do you think they might make a decision on the request from transportation? I don't know if we can do any research on that in the next 10 minutes. We'll take a break until recess at 8 o'clock. And come back. Be just once, looking for one more city council member. Oh, there she is. She's up here. Okay. Do I understand that there may be a request?
Mr. Mayor, and City Council, yes, after conversing with my client, we would like to request a 6-week deferral. Primarily for the following reasons. We'd like to get in touch with ACHD to further the conversation about the requests that we've heard from the HOA, as well as what it sounds like the city may have already communicated to ACHD about some temporary bollarding, emergency access, and the future collector location. We were able to get our builder on the phone, and they've committed to providing some updated elevations with some new materials, as well as we will be setting up a meeting with the HOA with that builder to work through some of the questions and concerns that the neighbors have on this. And that will allow us time to continue the conversation with ITD around the TIA. And we can work on the new pre-plat alignment that preserves the future collector right-of-way through phase 2 and also resolves what that does to our layout in terms of where our commercial is located, where our residential is located, to ensure that we meet all the UDC standards for buffering for residentials along collectors. My initial take on it, and just looking at this and in talking with staff a little bit as well, is that most of our open space ends up being consolidated in the center of this full development surrounding 5 Mile Creek, with still that pedestrian connectivity north-south through that to allow unencumbered pedestrian activity to get to the commercial from the residential. With that, I would stand for any additional questions if you have any.
Thank you, council. Any additional questions for
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton?
So Ben and Heath, and for everybody in the room, full disclosure, for those that don't know, because I think there's still a couple people in the room that don't know. I've been a proud homeowner in Woodbridge for 24 years. And I've stood up on the side that you're at tonight many, many times, arguing for Woodbridge, arguing on traffic. It's still very near and dear to my heart, and it's a big concern. The reason we stopped 10 months ago was because the only possible solution we have long-term was not solidified. It was conceptualized, and that was it. Well, we could run a road through here. We can try to get traffic out of Woodbridge. And so we made a request. Council honored that request that we have a study done. That study is what came up with the preferred route through the south portion of this project, what's called phase 2 on the south side of 5 Mile Creek. Where I think we're at now is, and I appreciate Heath and Ben for all your patience as we've gone through that, but where we're at now is, I think the Woodbridge residents had a certain comfortable position with the prior builder. They really need to meet with and get a level of comfort with the new builder. And I think unfortunately bringing a new builder in at the end and changing the look of the houses, that didn't work out so well for you. And I think we need to do that differently. And 6 weeks should be enough time for us to organize those type of meetings. I'm not going to promise I can support this in the end anyway, because it's a mess. And living there 24 years, it was still dirt on phase 2 in Woodbridge. And the way they built it to do traffic calming, it didn't quite work out that way. The traffic calming ended up being, if you were in phase 2 of Woodbridge, basically I'm talking about the east side of the creek, all that traffic went in front of your houses instead of how it was on phase 1, where everybody was in pods. Not our finest moment, allowing the developer to do it. It was a council shoot. It was 2001 when the councils approved that. But we're here today, and we've been here for several years trying to mitigate and fix this with whatever thing we have possible in our toolbox. That's been my fight for, at least 15 of my 24 years in Woodbridge. So when we try to find a solution to this, I need everyone to understand, I appreciate the flexibility that the applicants are having going another 6 weeks. Let's see if we can make headway on not just the possibility of ACHD putting a bollard or gates up, but how that progress is going to go on that preferred route, because we still haven't gotten that finished on our end with ACHD. And to see if you can reach that comfortable level again, like you had with the previous developer, with the HOA and the residents of Woodbridge. Because it should be known, as we've gone through projects over the years, and we've had, I think, 3 or 4, we approved a couple of them. This group is not all about the word no. They're all about the word fair, and they want to make sure that what's done is done fairly for them and in the best interest of everybody involved. So I appreciate you coming back. I think 6 weeks is a good move, and I would certainly support that move to come back.
Thank you. Before I do a motion, council, I mean, we could put this on for next week, but does council want to send a letter to ACHD on this regarding making a recommendation or making a urgency to evaluate the request that is apparently already with staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
to me, it's gonna be twofold. I think, yes, we should be sending a letter to ACHD, but I'm gonna volunteer our good HOA president, Robin, to also engage and ask this question amongst the residents. I can totally appreciate every one of you here. That was a quick, hands went up quick. Yeah, we want some of this stuff blocked off. We work for everybody who lives in Meridian, and I recognize there are probably people at our home that don't feel that same way. And so it's important for us that we want to hear from those as well. We don't want to make a decision in a vacuum. So Robin, I'm going to ask you to reach out to your neighbors and, ask them their thoughts on blocking it off. I know at one point there was a request about speed bumps. I'd like to maybe request that provide that to us when you come back of how you polled the neighbors and what the response is, so we can have that piece. I think that needs to run parallel while we're asking ACHD, because what I don't want to have happen is we come back and then we send a letter, then we say, well, wait, what do the rest of the neighbors think? I'm trying to run 2 paths at the same time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I will figure out what that means for what our letter will state in our conversations after this evening. So, okay. With that, do I have a motion from anybody?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I'd like to move that we continue H 2024-0059 until April 7th, 2026.
Have a motion and a second to continue this item to April 7th. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh?
because I'm happy to speak to the motion. I'm going to support the motion. I think there's some subsequent things that maybe need to happen in terms of communication to the highway district. That doesn't necessarily need to be captured within this motion. So maybe you and I and staff and council president can touch base afterwards, because I think there's some additional follow-up actions that we may want to inquire from the highway district as well.
Okay. And we'll include Mr. Hood in that conversation after this meeting.
Thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. We'll see you all back hopefully with good resolutions. So. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 2, which is a public hearing for SHP 2026-0001. And we'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mayor, members of the council, give it a second real quick. Mayors, members of the council, good evening. Next item on the agenda is the short plat for Cielo Azul. The site consists of 1.1 acres of land zoned LO located at 3512 East Louise Drive and 3526 East Louise Drive. So the applicant requests a short plat to condominiumize 2 office buildings into 8 separate office units for individual ownership. The proposed short plat depicts subdivision of airspace within these 2 office buildings that are on 2 separate properties and are currently under constructed. The proposed short plat aims to create the 8 separate office condominium units for future ownership purposes. And as stated, the buildings are under construction and are in compliance with previous approvals. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of this one and has not received any written testimony, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Nick, council, any questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening.
You say your name and address for the record, be recognized for 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Marcel Lopez with Conger Group, 810 East Central Lane, Suite 120, Meridian 83642. Thank you. Happy to be here tonight. Want to thank Nick for his help in getting us through this process. Yeah, so Nick explained it pretty well. Super simple, short plat for condo of the 2 buildings to create the 8 suites for ownership rather than having these commercial offices as an option rather than paying for rent. They're currently under construction. Anticipated completion will be in April of this year, so we're approaching that real quick here. But yeah, super simple. Appreciate Nick's time and effort and respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just a real quick question. I'm really curious about making these condominium style ownership. How common is that in sort of this office space in the marketplace? Is it something that is a growing interest, or is it something kind of new that you're trying out? I'm just kind of really curious about that.
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Taylor. So this is our first endeavor into this office condo product. There's been a few in the last couple of years here in Meridian. There was a big one done on U Stick, and I forget the cross street, but that one looks like it sold actually pretty quick, and most of those units are currently under ownership. So there's also ones that we're seeing happen in Nampa, not so much in Caldwell. Boise's haven't seen much. There's a lot of older condo plats, more residential than commercial, but with the cost of land, the cost of construction, this is an alternative to leasing and really gives the small, medium business owners an opportunity to own, but helps distribute that cost rather than buying a building and at a higher expense.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have Mike Seaman.
Maybe,
Might have been for the other.
okay. Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? If you're online, use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one raising their hand or coming forward, applicant, do you waive any final comments? Does the applicant waive, or would you like to make any final comments?
No, thank you. We're just in agreement with the staff report and appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
there's no more public comments, I move we close the public hearing.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I kind of like it when I see new products out there that we're not used to seeing all the time, because it may be they're responding to something that we don't even see happening in the community. And it's refreshing to see. I get tired sometimes of seeing the same old thing over and over again. So thank you. And with that, I would like to, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number SHP 2026-0001 as presented in the staff report for the hearing dated February 24th, 2026.
Have a motion second to approve item 2, which is SHP 2026-0001. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. With that, we'll move on to item 3, which is a public hearing for Farrington Heights subdivision, which is H 2025-0016. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mayor, members of the council, next item on the agenda is the rezone preliminary plat and development agreement modification for Farrington Heights. The applicant requests a rezone of 2.9 acres of the 4.68 acres of land from the R4 zoning district to the R15 zoning district, leaving the remaining 1.78 acres as the R4 zoning district. A preliminary plat consisting of 24 building lots, and that'll be 21 new buildable lots with 3 existing ones that the 3 existing homes will remain on, and 7 common lots across that 4.68 acres of land, and a development agreement modification to replace the current one with a new one. So the subject properties were annexed in 2000 as a part of the Farrington Opal application. The zoning granted at that time was R4 with the R4 zoning district. With the annexation approval, the properties were subject to a development agreement that restricts the properties to adding 1 additional home on the 4.68 acres. This is the reason for the DA modification request tonight. In addition, this application was previously heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission on August 7th of 2025 and was recommended for denial. The City Council then heard that application later or in September and remanded that application back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to address concerns from the neighbors. During the next Planning and Zoning Commission hearing on December 4th, of 2025, the commission asked the applicant to remove the open space to allow for larger building lots to accommodate some single-story homes adjacent to the existing residential homes to the west. The applicant has revised their plan to lose an additional lot, provide larger lot sizes, and single-story homes adjacent to the western boundary. In addition, they have reoriented the local street at the northern boundary to eliminate single-family homes that abut the single-family homes to the north. And at the January 5th hearing of 2026, the commission did recommend approval to City Council of this application. And as a result of that, staff did amend our staff report several times, and the most recent amendment to the staff report proposed a provision in the development agreement that restricts lots 2 through 8. So that would be this western boundary where my cursor's at. So lots 2 through 8 will be restricted to single-story dwellings. And commission did add a provision restricting building heights in the entire subdivision to a maximum of 35 feet, which would be consistent with the R4 zoning district. The R15 zoning district would allow them to go up to 40 feet. However, the commission recommended restricting all heights to 35 feet. So the surrounding landscape of this subdivision consists of single-family detached homes to the north, east, and west, while to the south is Pine Avenue. The average density for a 1-mile radius is 6.1 units per acre, which is higher than the 5.12 units per acre the applicant is proposing. Access to the property is proposed from North Atkins Avenue, a local roadway on the eastern portion of the site. This local street is a shared drive between the proposed subdivision and the existing subdivision to the east and north. The applicant is proposing 3 access points off of North Atkins, with one being a common drive for access to lots 14, 15, and 16 of Block 1, and the other 2 being local street extensions. No open space or amenities are required due to the subdivision being under 5 acres in size. And as I mentioned earlier, the commission actually did direct the applicant to remove the open space and amenities to provide larger lots to accommodate single-story homes. So the main concern from the citizens regarding the proposed traffic at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing were traffic, parking, and building height allowances. The applicant revised their plat to make larger lot sizes, restrict wow, I apologize, to make larger lot sizes and restricts lots that abut the existing homes to the west to single story. However, some of the citizens did ask for clarification on building heights and wanted to see them below 26 feet in height. In addition, the citizens had concerns about overflow parking spilling onto the streets. However, most of the neighbors were appreciative of the major changes the applicant has made to address their major concerns throughout this process. I did want to touch on their updated elevations. So they did provide some updated elevations for you tonight to show that single story and two-story product. So the single story homes, they did provide a few different elevations that will go in the development agreement for tonight. And there is some additional two-story elevations as well for the properties that will be able to develop for two-story. So the commission is recommending approval of this application, and we have not received any written testimony since the commission hearing, and I will stand for any questions that you have.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, will the applicant like to come forward? Good evening.
Good evening. I think Nick's getting my PowerPoint started. Mayor, members of council, hello and good evening again. My name is Sabrina Durchie and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. My business address is 5179 South Boven Avenue, Boise, Idaho 83716. And this evening, I'm so excited to present to you our application for Farrington Heights subdivision. So Farrington Heights has been envisioned as a welcoming, modern, and thoughtfully planned community that future residents are going to be proud to call home. In shaping the design and overall theme, we layered in clean contemporary elements inspired by the craftsman architecture and modern farmhouse influence. Our goal was to create an infill project that feels both timeless and balanced, modern and fresh in character, yet warm and inviting. And here's a view from our Atkins approach as you drive down the street for the new community. The site embraces a contemporary aesthetic and provides the opportunity to transform an underutilized parcel into a cohesive, neighborhood-oriented residential enclave. The homes are thoughtfully arranged to frame the internal street, creating a strong sense of place and visual continuity, and a blend of architectural styles with craftsman influences introduces character and variation while maintaining a unified, harmonious streetscape. Shown here is one of our primary entrances and the monumentation for Farrington Heights. This concept reinforces the modern identity of the neighborhood and establishes a clear, attractive arrival experience as people enter and recognize the community. As Nick has gone over with Farrington Heights, we are requesting a DA modification, a rezone, and a preliminary plat. Highlighted in white are the 3 existing homes that are part of our application, and then we will have 21 new single-family homes and 7 common lots. Our gross density will be 5.12 units per acre, with our diverse residential lot sizes ranging from 2,951 square feet up to over 9,078 square feet. So with this application, a portion of the site will be rezoned to R15. This request is not being made to increase the overall density of the project. Instead, the purpose of the R15 designation is to provide the flexibility needs to meet the zoning standards that are often challenging within infill development. The R15 rezone helps us address those complexities by allowing us to create a well-designed and functional, cohesive neighborhood with a reduced lot count and overall project vision. As the staff report states, and Nick had mentioned, our density is at 5.12 units per acre, which is less than the 1 mile radius of the existing residences, which is at 6.1. So we believe that the zoning request of R15 directly supports the creation of a high-quality infill community. So to better understand how the site fits in within the broader area, I think it's helpful just to quickly review the surrounding context. To the north, we have multiple phases of Danbury Fair subdivision platted between 1994 and 1996. There's also an enclave parcel directly north to us that is still in the county. To the east, we have Ma's Addition, number 1 and 2, platted in 1993. To the south, we have Pine Avenue that borders the site with industrial and commercial development located directly south, including the Weed and Pest Control Campus. And to the west, we have Danbury Fair subdivision again, and farther west is the Avery subdivision, which was platted back in 2019. So the subject site is surrounded primarily by established residential neighborhoods that nearby subdivisions dating back to the 1990s through the most recent 2019, reflecting a pattern of continued residential growth for this area. So, over the last few months, we have worked diligently with the neighbors, property owners, to shape a community that fits well with the surrounding subdivisions. We sincerely appreciate the input, the collaboration, and support expressed by the neighbors, including their supportive comments within our last Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. Now, as Nick had mentioned, we have made several revisions to our application. So I want to quickly walk you through the changes. The first hearing back in August, here was our original application, and this included 30 lots. During that hearing, the commission provided direction to revise the plan and incorporate usable open space into the site. The applicant went back to the drawing board. We provided the second revised layout. This layout reduced the lot count by 5 to 25, included open space. We provided some amenities as the zoning commission requested. So on our December 4th hearing, we were then redirected to remove the open space, to incorporate the open space into the western lots to make them larger. So after all these directions, the applicant has finally made modifications within this third and hopefully last layout, in which we received a unanimous recommendation of approval from Planning and Zoning Commission. So what did we do? We relocated the northern road alignment of the road to create a stronger buffer between the project and the northern abutting properties. We removed what previously proposed open space and redistributed that area into the western lots. And finally, we increased the lot sizes along the western edge to better accommodate single-story homes and improve compatibility. With these significant changes, the applicant was also committed to limiting the lots along the western boundary to single-level homes in order to help alleviate neighboring concerns and provide an appropriate and sensitive transitioning to the surrounding properties. I shared this feedback to make a clear understanding of the history and the evolution of the project. It is evident that the applicant has made a strong effort to be responsive, to be good neighbors, and to create a community that is thoughtfully balances the needs of future residents and the surrounding neighborhood. Now let's take a look quickly at the elevations for the single-level homes. They are a blend of modern farmhouse, craftsman-inspired design, emphasizing strong front-facing gables, clean lines, and varied materials to create a visual interest and curb appeal. We feel that these designs support a single-level story that feels substantial, yet compatible with the surrounding homes, providing appropriate transition and a cohesive, attractive streetscape. Our two-story homes continue that modern farmhouse, craftsman-styled inspired architectural theme, offering a balanced blend of clean lines, layered roof forms, and varied materials. The massing of the homes is carefully composed to provide the presence of two-story living while remaining compatible with the surrounding development. Together, we feel that these designs contribute to a visually rich yet harmonious neighborhood character that complements our overall vision for Farrington Heights. And to summarize, we truly feel that this is a well-designed, high-quality community to offer a balanced blend of modern livability. She's situated in the heart of Meridian. This enclave parcel is located near commercial and employment hubs and provides a well-rounded selection of mid-density housing options to meet for a growing population. The City of Meridian's comprehensive plan encourages infill that delivers a diversity of lot sizes, housing types, and densities. Farrington Heights lines these with the vision by introducing a fresh, modern neighborhood character within an established area, offering new housing choices and a thoughtful range of densities. And we truly feel it'll be a positive addition to the surrounding neighborhood and a benefit to the City of Meridian as a whole. We agree with the staff report And we did receive unanimous approval from your Planning and Zoning Commission. And with that, I would like to thank you all for your time, your thoughtful consideration, and respectfully request approval of our application this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Serena. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Ms. Durkee, thank you for your presentation. I have a question on the R4 projects. I'm looking at the map. I see some existing structures. Those are just being brought into the city, but there's an empty lot and stay right. Oh yeah, go back to the one.
Oh.
Number 3, when you brought, yes, the third revision there. So we're eliminating their driveways off of Pine, correct? And then giving them access with that stub road. What is going to be built on the north side of, and I can't read the number of the lot, but is that going to be a home? Because that's a much larger lot, it looks like, than a lot of your other ones. And on the map I'm looking at, it looks like it's blank. So can you just help me understand what's going
Absolutely.
to go there?
Mayor, Councilmember Taylor. So yes, that is another single-family residential lot that will take access from the common drive. And as you mentioned, we are removing, per ACHD's direction, all access off of Pine for public safety reasons. So that fourth lot will be a single-family home.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Thank you again so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have Raymond Spencer.
If you'd like to provide testimony, please come forward at this time when your name is called. Okay.
The other one, Rick Saladay.
Good evening. State your name and address for the record. Recognized for 3
Yes.
minutes.
Mayor and council members. I live 992 North Stonehenge Way. I am directly behind this subdivision that's being planned. My biggest concern, I've lived there 35 years. I was one of the first residents of the Danbury Fair subdivision. But my biggest concern with this is my height, or my elevation sits about 3 or 4 feet below that field behind me. And I'm probably one of the lowest lots on my side of the subdivision. I have a 3-foot retaining wall holding back what used to be a drainage ditch for the farm there. On top of that 3-foot retaining wall, I have a 6-foot fence. So we're talking 9 feet of elevation. I don't know if that's my feedback or.
If you want to, perfect.
Behind my fence there, sorry, they have parked a couple trailers. Now, above that 9 feet of a retaining wall and a fence, I can see probably 5, 6 feet behind me where they've parked a couple trailers, 5 feet above me, the windows of those trailers. Both sides of my fence, my neighbors have patios where they can walk up on their patios, and my 6-foot fence hits them about there. So my concern is these houses that are directly behind me, and now that they've revised their plan for the housing, they took away the green space that was behind me. They took away the green space that was behind my house to accommodate the road that was abutting the other properties to the north. I don't object to that. I don't care how that gets built, but my main concern is the elevation height behind me. If you put a house in whatever elevation you're saying, 20, 30 feet, they're saying, that's going to be like a 3-story house behind me. It's not, and they're supposed to be 1-level stories, but it's going to be 2 to 3 stories above me. That's my concern. I think they need to have some sort of either an 8-foot fence behind me, some sort of landscaping, something to help block that view. Because I've experienced 35 years of open field. Like I said, I was the first one into that subdivision. I didn't put a fence up until 3 years ago when they parked a trailer behind me. And I even left that open for 2 years because I got along with the people. But at a certain point, one trailer turned into two, two trailers turned into three, three trailers turned into four. Now it's down to two again. But the point is, as you see, my elevation issue, that's my big point. Okay, so that's all I have to say about that. Other than that, that field's going to get developed no matter what I say.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, thank you.
Okay. Just somebody look at that elevation before they build or require some sort of landscaping is all I ask.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next person is Stephanie John.
Good evening. Say your name and address for the record.
Sure, my name is Stephanie John. I'm at 1111 North Adkins Avenue in Meridian. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Okay, do I just keep going? Yeah, that is. I think I turned it off. Nope, maybe not. Okay. This plan has had many revisions. We've been before the Planning and Zoning Committee and you guys a couple times. The development team, oh my gosh, that is so.
Do you want to
Mr.
turn
Mayor.
the one on the right off and then try this left one for me? Yep. Let's see if that.
It's not working though. Don't speak.
What? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry. Okay, we'll restart. I already said my name. This project has had many revisions. I really appreciate the developers' time and communication. They really did listen to everything we had to say. And I really appreciate that. The number one concern I still have is height. They did go down to the R4. I really appreciate that, given that they're going for the R15 and their heights or elevations, as you call them, could be so much higher. The reason I'm so worried about it, as they pointed out, all the houses surrounding them, especially mine, I'm the north property still in Ada, are very small houses. And I just didn't want it to look completely out of place. I think the pictures they shown were great. I just don't want the elevations. Is that better? Is it on? Okay. Anyways, I really was just worried about the heights. It seems like they are aware of that and they're going to be conscious of that. They have spoke to us about that even after the Planning and Zoning Committee sent it through, which I do appreciate. I would like something maybe in writing. I know they're going to redo that development agreement. So maybe if we could put that in there, agreeing to the R4, maybe less height if possible, but they've given some, we've given some. Truly, this is a community effort. I think that's something that should be said, given the last group that was before us had a lot of negative things to say. And our group doesn't have a ton of negative things to say. They really did listen to us. They were really great members of the community. I can't stress that enough. And even though I may not agree with everything, heights, I do appreciate that they listened to me. And so just like I am now, I wanted to make sure that they knew that. I still am against that, but I do agree with what they have. And I appreciate their time and your time and planning and zoning. A special thanks to Mr. Nick, who answered my millions and millions of questions. I really appreciated that. It gave me a clear understanding of what I needed to know and really how to help my community. So I appreciate that. Any questions?
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Just
Mr. Mayor, the next person is Bob Flatten.
My name is Bob Flayton. I live at 1111 North Adkins Avenue. I have since
If you can hold the microphone
Can you,
close.
can you hear me at all?
Yep, there we go.
So again, Bob Flayton, 1111 North Adkins Avenue. We are the property just to the north of this development. Been there since like 91. Anyways, to kind of reiterate some of what she said, yeah, we did have a lot of bumps along the way just from the very beginning. And I feel like the developer and his team have had an open ear to a lot of that. I'm very thankful to that. They're a lot more likable than I would have thought, to be completely frank with you. In an ideal world, I would still see things different, and I've been open with them about it too, because I don't want them to think I'm trying to backstab them or anything. But if we could have had a full single level kind of development that was an exact match to everything that is there, that's the ideal world. But as the missus has brought up, it's kind of a give and take thing. They've lost some, we've lost some. I think we've gotten to a pretty healthy point for the most part. Interestingly enough, I've been right here along with you guys for the last couple hours and hearing a lot of the community. I'm seeing a greater issue here than just like this development. And this is all kind of before all of you guys, you yourself, sir, live in kind of one of those issues. But it seems like Meridian as a whole is kind of trying to cram as many people in as possible in a lot of ways. And I think the residents, not just, you know, ones that have been here long term like myself, but ones that have just moved here from out of state, from other parts of the Treasure Valley and Idaho and in tune, are all kind of getting the same kind of consensus here, and that is wanting our own space. I mean, no disrespect to anybody, but you know, this people moved to Meridian because of what it was. Very respectfully, not because of probably where it's going. I think we're kind of getting to a breaking point there. So again, speaking on a much broader spectrum, thank you all for listening. I'm getting concerned, but hopefully, you know, you guys being on the front line of that can ascertain kind of what's the most reasonable course of action, and I wish you the very best with that. Circling all the way back to this, ideally, yeah, they're all single level, but again, these people have done great things for us when I thought they would just give us a deaf ear the whole time. So I'm very thankful for them in that regard. If you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer. I've kind of shot every shot that I can for where we are. In fact, I think I probably wrote, I know for a fact I wrote to you, Mr. Mayor, and quite a few other people, quite frankly, but again, that's kind of my spiel for now.
I think you're not going to get off that easy.
Yeah,
I think
Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Cavanaugh's got a question for you.
It's Bob, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Hey, thanks. You know, I too am a long-term Meridian resident, so I can appreciate kind of what particularly your part of Meridian looked like 25, 30 years ago versus how it's shifted and evolved.
Yes,
I
sir.
grew up just right down the street from you, so I appreciate where you're at. I appreciate your correspondence and communication through this whole thing. You know, it's rare when I get a sense that you're not necessarily in supportive of this application, but you're not necessarily coming in to criticize or attack the applicant, which again, I think that's also the Meridian way. We may have different of opinions, but we're trying to collaborate as best we can.
Yes, sir.
I feel, and again, I don't attend the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, so I read it or I watch it online, but I've read your emails. My perception is the Planning and Zoning Commission and the applicant were very receptive to your feedback, and you've seen a lot of iterations that have come as a result. So
Yes, sir.
I would never expect you to jump up and down and say, I'm so excited for this. But help me understand, you have a magic wand, you're king for a day. What do you change about this application that's before us to get to a place that you would be supportive? What is it not doing, or was it doing too much of?
I mean, speaking just very much, I've got the crystal ball in front of me. I guess there's two things. Number one, again, just overall density. And I understand that they're saying we have the correct density or even less density than already exists.
Yeah.
But much like right across the road, the Woodbridge subdivision, we're feeling that congestion. I mean, we're only a mile to the north of that, and there's a lot of people and buildings that we're talking about putting in that same little area. There didn't used to be crosses at Locust Grove right there. There's multiple crosses now at Locust Grove and Pine, and I fight every day to pray to God that we can keep our children safe and that they never become one, or that I don't become one, or that quite frankly, nobody becomes one, because I think one is too many. And I think just with all the people that we're trying to force in these situations or into these little areas, we're going to create situations that kind of like looking back at the vote of 2001 to originally start the Woodbridge subdivision. We're kind of at the infancy stages of that just as a whole in that area. And I'm concerned that we could be creating just a monster for the residents of Meridian. And again, respectfully to all of its residents, nobody wants to move here to be in Tokyo. You move to Idaho because of the stories
Sure.
you've heard. Those stories weren't made in the last day or the last week. They've been made over decades from people that have lived here long term and have had family members move here and been told all these great things.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Camper.
Thank you. And I'm glad you have moved to your home. I miss the drive-in movie theater where your home now sits. And so it's those hard things of like, oh, I want to hold on to what I had. And you find those things that get whittled away. And then you get to yourself 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years later and saying again, kind of where's the community they grew up, where to go. So thank you for your diplomacy and your candidness tonight. I appreciate your testimony. Appreciate being here.
I just realized I maybe didn't answer your question directly. Magic wand,
Yeah.
the center becomes single story because I know there's a couple residents. The one that really just stands out in my mind, I think about him every night, is Jack Hart. Yeah, or Jack Harp, excuse me. He lives just right down the road from us. He's basically, I guess I can't really tell from this, but point is he's directly across from what will be the 2 stories. And I know that we didn't have a whole lot of neighbors band together on that side. I think a couple are moving, a couple are just, with respect, older, don't really want to mess with it. But the fair word really sticks with me. We're all about fair. That's the part that kind of keeps me up at night. Our issues have been addressed and addressed well. And I think they've done a really kick butt job, quite frankly, but there are those neighbors that are still kind of left in the dark. So magic wand, I make sure that they don't get left behind and we're all in the equal. That's it. But
Thank you. I appreciate it.
absolutely. Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, the next person is Dawn Flayton.
Yes. So I want to first address, I do appreciate the.
If you can state your name and address for the record.
Yes, of
and
course.
put
Don
that a little
Flayton.
closer up.
Bit closer?
Yeah.
Don Flayton, 1111 North Adkins Avenue, property bordering immediately north. I do appreciate the accommodation of the developer, their intelligence experience. Within the context of this plan, I see, quite a bit of accommodation and thoughtful planning. However, at the outset, all members of the city council, everyone here, these are very misleading discussions of density. There are 21 homes on 2.9 acres. That's 7.3 per acre. Very simple math. They're averaging the existing lots and what may or may not be done with the vacant lots adjoining this. Immediately surrounding this are homes 4 to 5 per acre, all the way around, everywhere. Casting a net that's a mile wide is absurd. That goes across Locust Grove and includes all the high-density housing developed there. The condominium development north of Danbury, the very large homes, very tight separation that were approved and built on Pine Street. All of that's within there. Look at the immediate area. This is completely out of context with the immediate development. My objection is and always has been density. It is high density. Look, for example, at the 2-story homes, 10 contiguous homes, average lot size, 3,200 square feet. Don't tell me this is low density. That's very high density housing. I don't see parking accommodation. That was brought up and kind of dismissed in the planning. And traffic. We have Adkins Avenue, everything feeding to one, and we're very busy. There's no traffic light there. But ACHD may want one at some point. But don't be misled by the numbers. And Nick, you're accurate. It is, or within a 1 mile radius, it's lower density, but this is much, much higher density than the surrounding neighborhood and a very different character. It's beautifully planned for what it is. It's just inappropriately placed. That having been said, if it is within the purview of the city council, the flexibility, if you were to go ahead and approve the plan, I object to it, but if you were to go ahead and approve the plan as it's posited, I would very much encourage, and this is extremely important given the discussion, objection, neighbors' height, that there be prohibition placed on the development for elevated patios. People building out patios at the level of their roof, for example, and proximity of structures, that those be enforced for storage. They're often put right against the fence and they'll loom over the neighbors. Just as I see trailers parked against the back fence and obstructing view from neighbors right now. So that's about all I had to say. It's just, I think it's very misleading to look at these numbers we're talking about. This is a high density development. I object to the density. Simple as that.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have Brian Turner.
Hello, Brian Turner, 1345 East Shellbrook Drive. My property is one of the properties that are on the north end of this development. And I, as mentioned by previous individuals, I really appreciate the opportunity to give feedback. The initial plan was, I think, not a good fit for this area. And as I've looked at the compromises, both on the applicant's side and a compromise on our desires as existing neighbors, I'm in support of this plan. Certainly there would be things that out of my personal opinion, I'd like to see differently, but seeing the compromises made, I'm in support of it. And that's all I have to say. If there's any questions.
Thank you, council. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, no one else has signed up.
Is there anybody else present that would like to provide testimony on this item? Either online, raise your hand, or if you're in the audience, you'd like to come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Karen Blanton. I live at 1418 East South Space Street in Danbury Fair, and I testified during the first meetings. I'm so absolutely grateful for the development that they heard even us, the surrounding neighbors, to go ahead and make something that will be attractive in our community and give space so that there's not going to be people right in front of everybody's home, to make a really beautiful development in our community. Some development is development, and everything might not be perfect for everyone, but I've developed property in Washington State, and I've never seen anybody put forth so much effort in getting the collaboration from everybody to make it as nice as it could be. We do have the concern still about getting out into Pine and Locust Grove, the extra traffic that goes out there. So if you could do something like a traffic light or something to help get people in and out more safely, so that when you're making the turn to get in, that would be fabulous. But I have seen all of everybody working together on this, and I'm so proud to be somebody who's living in Meridian, Idaho. Thank you for your cooperation and your love for the people that are here. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item? Then would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. For the record, Todd Lakey, Lakey Villegas Law, address 141 East Carlton Avenue, Meridian, Idaho. And Sabrina and I are kind of tag teaming tonight. I think you saw a very different picture than you saw earlier, and then frankly you've seen in regards to this project in the past. If you look at your P&Z minutes, one of your P&Z commissioners commented they'd never received so many positive comments in regard. And we had a few more people at the P&Z hearing. And I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never heard anyone call a project I worked on a kick butt design. So I appreciate that positive and very honest feedback. It reflects the effort that my clients put into this project. And I also appreciated folks describing this as a balance. It's always give and take, right? You give some, you get some. And just want to emphasize a couple of the things. The movement of the open space, that was at the request of P&Z and the vast majority of our neighbors. They preferred those larger lots, those single-story homes on that western boundary. And that 35-foot height requirement, that was our proposal at P&Z to make it not R15, but consistent with the R4, and then we're surrounded by R8. And that 35-foot requirement really would be mostly applicable to those two-story homes that are tucked into the middle, that are not on that boundary. Commissioners, council members also emphasize that your comp plan that talks about this being infill. And infill is encouraged to be of a higher density than the surrounding properties. But we, again, listen to the neighbors. Our density is 5.1 dwelling units per acre. Your larger area is 6.12. And the future land use map calls out for 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. So we're well within that. We'll comply with the ACHD requirements. And also would add that these homes will have 2-car garages. So you'll have 2-car parking availability within the garages, and then you'll have the driveways that can accommodate an additional 2 cars. So council members, I would again express appreciation on behalf of my clients for the opportunity they had to work with the neighbors and for the collaborative effort that was. They appreciated that effort. I think both sides benefited from it. You have a great product now before you because of that collaboration, and we'd ask for your approval. I'm happy to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Lakey, thank you for being here. Is my understanding the third revision is the final, because I thought that all green space was removed, but it looks like there is some buffer there. And do all 3 of those properties have an elevation issue that green space will help buffer?
Mr. Mayor and Council Member Little Roberts. So it is that third revision where they have moved the road to the north, and there is still a landscaped area that provides that additional buffer. So you've got landscaped areas there with vegetation and trees, and then you've got the road providing that additional separation. So that is the design, and that does help provide additional separation from elevations for the homes that will be built.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Whitlock.
Mr. Lakey, thank you for all the work that's gone into this to go from no to bringing a proposal that, again, has been characterized as kick butt. I think that those same accolades need to go to our Planning and Zoning Commission. They worked hard on this to get to a yes. And I just want to express appreciation to you and your client for listening to those concerns and coming back with a revision that is much, much better. And I just wanted to acknowledge our Planning and Zoning Commission and the work that went in. I want to thank the neighbors as well for finding an open ear with you and your client. That's always good when we have that kind of communication. So I just wanted to express my appreciation to you for that. As I look at this revision 3, again, the transition from the north seems to be addressed with a road and a bit of green space there, even though you are getting to higher elevations. And we heard concerns about those higher elevations on those homes. I think this reconfiguration moves those farther to the south and helps address some of those concerns. Rick, and I didn't get his last name written down, but there to the west where he has a retaining wall that's built and a fence on top of that, and still some concerns about the elevation. I don't know if there's a way that his concerns can be addressed on that west side of the property. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Whitlock, before I talk about that, I would like to acknowledge your, acknowledgement as well of the Planning and Zoning Commission and your staff. Both we appreciate very much the direction, the work that your staff put into it, and the direction that we received from the Planning and Zoning Commission that helped redesign this project. I think the gentleman that lives to the west previously lived next to that green space that, again, the majority of folks wanted us to remove and utilize larger lots and single-family homes. We do plan on putting in a new fence along that property boundary, but I think the main issue that we did to address that was to make sure that those were single-family homes and then move the 2-story homes further away, not just to the east, but to the north, slightly from his property. So again, we did our best to address the vast majority of concerns. I mean, it's not perfection for everybody, but I think it's a very well-balanced plan that that meets the vast majority of the concerns that were expressed.
And I think maybe to piggyback on that, one of his comments was, it seemed like a not wanting a deck that was up, and if it's single family, there would, in theory, be no deck access.
Mr. Mayor.
If I'm tracking what.
Single story, not.
And
Yeah.
it's single story, so correct, there's not going to be any decks on those homes that are up above that elevation.
Yeah, okay. Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I see no comments. Move we close the public hearing.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
I'll just make a couple of comments. I think for an infill project, this is a pretty good one that's been brought to us. These are always really difficult to sort of find a way to plug in something into a place, especially that's been so well established since the 1990s. You have to consider things such as, what do you do with the property? Do you leave it there vacant? Do you put it to its highest and best use? The owners of the property, how do they want to sell that, move on, develop it, et cetera? I was really pleased to hear how P&Z really worked through this with the neighbors and the applicant. I think that's really great success story about how P&Z should work to help get projects ready for approval and work through a lot of the details. So very appreciative of that. I know we can't always make everything as perfect as we would like to see, but I do think some of the accommodations are well thought out. So this is part of my district, and I remember walking through there at one point and looking at the property and actually wondering what was going to go there. So I am, as far as a infill, I think this is a really great project. So happy to support it tonight.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Just a comment, it's so rare to see like neighbors and an applicant work together so closely. And I just really think that everybody demonstrated the Meridian way and like how to be great neighbors, and just really appreciate that. It's so refreshing. You can see what a better project resulted from that. It's just super encouraging. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'm always sympathetic to our neighbors who have had a part of dirt that's been bare and empty next to them for 30 years. You grow accustomed to that. You grow accustomed to that road that isn't going to go through, and then it suddenly goes through and it brings traffic. And as I mentioned earlier, I've lived here my whole life. I used to be downtown Meridian's paper boy, and that was, your neighborhood was part of my route. So I'm always sympathetic to that. And I know that specifically change we fear is going to have a negative impact on our life can feel different than other change. And so to Councilmember Strader's point, we see often, I know that you guys are here as kind of a one and done. And we often see in these meetings where it's contentious, right? Because it is your home and it's your community and everybody cares, everybody's trying to do the right thing, but it feels different. And I think Councilmember Taylor touched on infill's challenging. We as council wrestle with what we call infill development on an ongoing basis. And it's because of those challenges. It impacts people who have lived here a long time. It feels different than, maybe a 100-acre farm that's now going to be turned into a neighborhood or a commercial development. And so to Councilmember Strader's comments, I appreciate the collaborative effort. I know that there are folks in this room and neighbors that may not like a possible decision the council will take tonight. But I really want to commend the applicant and their team for really listening to the neighbors. The term NIMBY gets thrown around a lot. We hear that as city council members. And at no point have I felt this would ever classify or quantify a NIMBY conversation. Yet we see applicants from time to time that dismiss the feedback from neighbors as just NIMBY. They just don't want to see any development. And so I want to commend the applicant team for being responsive to the feedback. And I know this was a long journey to get here tonight. I remember when we remanded this back, I did not love this project at all. And through, I think, the great work from our residents and a very receptive applicant, I'm in a space tonight where I will be supportive of this request. So I appreciate the collaborative nature that brought us here this evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Will Roberts.
I also think that it's been so impressive to watch the collaboration with this and getting to what is a wonderful, in my opinion, infill project, because they are the most difficult, I think, to do. And if we don't have any other comments, I will go ahead and make a motion.
Just one quick comment. If I've given Sabrina a lot of comments. I know it's not just Sabrina. It's gotta be a property owner. It's gotta be like I say, it's a whole team that comes together, but it does start with the public facing person of this. And so this is the last comment you're gonna get from me in the month of February, Sabrina. But you've taken a lot of projects and had to in a lot of different ways, and this is just another great example of the work you do in our community. So thank you. So with that,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Will Roberts.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2025-0016 as presented by the staff and the staff report and for the hearing date of February 24th, 2026.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 3, H-2025-0016. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader. Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Have a good night, everybody, or stick around to hear some amazing ordinances. Okay. With that, we'll move on to item 4, which is ordinance number 26-2111. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance Apex Cadence H 2024-0061 annexing land being a portion of the government lot 1 and the southeast quarter of the northeast quarter of section 6, township 2 north, range 1 east, Boise Meridian property from rural urban transition to the R15 medium high density residential zoning district, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps as well as the official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, and the Ada County Recorder and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, appealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You may have heard that ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I move that we approve ordinance number 26-2111.
Second.
Have a motion second to approve ordinance number 26-2111. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Next up is ordinance number 26-2112. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance Apex Cadence H-2024-0061 de-annexing land located in a portion of the southeast quarter of the northeast quarter and the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter of section 6, township 2 north, range 1 east, Boise Meridian, city of Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, as depicted in the map exhibit, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps as well as the official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance to this ordinance, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody who would like it read in its entirety? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mr.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I move that we approve ordinance number 26-2112.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 26-2112. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
All ayes, motion carried, and the item is agreed to. Next up is ordinance number 26-2113. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance Apex Cadence H-2024-0061 for the rezone of land located in the east half of the northeast quarter of Section 6, Township 2 North, Range 1 East, Boise Meridian, City of Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, as depicted in the map exhibit, rezoning 56.11 acres of land from the R8 medium density residential zoning district to the R15 medium high density zoning district in the Meridian City Code, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps, as well as the official zoning maps and all applicable official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessors, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I move that we approve ordinance number 26-2113.
Have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 26-2113. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried. The item is agreed to. Next item up is ordinance number 26-2114. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance, Hills Century Farms Townhome H-2024-0072 for rezone of land encompassing all lots 2-7 and a portion of lot 10, block 2 of Hills Century Farm Commercial Subdivision Number 1, book 115 of plats, pages 17131 through 17134, records of Ada County, Idaho, and all of lots 12 and 13, block 2 of Hills Century Farm Commercial Subdivision Number 2, book 124 of plats, pages 19913 through 19915, records of Ada County, Idaho, situated in a portion of the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of Section 33, Township 3 North, Range 1, East Boise Meridian, City of Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, as depicted in the map exhibit, rezoning 5.14 acres of land from the CN Neighborhood Business Zoning District to the R15 Medium High Density Residential Zoning Districts of Meridian City Code, directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps, as well as the official zoning maps and all applicable official maps depicting the boundaries and rezoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that'd like it read in its entirety? If not, a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I move that we approve ordinance number 26-2114.
Second.
Have a motion second to approve ordinance number 26-2114. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Overton.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics? Or do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor, move that we adjourn.
Motion second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The